board inform its decision additional to the studies that are currently planned. We're going to get an overview of what's currently planned as part of this. I think there'll be a fair amount of information presented to you. So again, my concern is that over the next number of months leading into the fall, you feel sufficiently grounded and with a sufficient understanding that when it comes time for a recommendation, that you feel comfortable to take a vote on that recommendation. I don't think we have the luxury of delaying the decision this fall. I think that would be problematic on a whole bunch of levels, not least of which is for our schools and districts. It would leave them in limbo for another year. We are the only state that's participating in PARCC, and I believe in the other assessment consortium, so-called Smarter Balance, that is in fact not making a decision based on the field test of the test. We were deliberate in laying out a 2-year tryout of the test. The first year of that tryout was last spring. On a fairly limited basis, we had about 80,000 students who participated in Massachusetts, about 1 million across all of the states. This spring, about half of our state is administering PARCC, about half is administering MCAS, so we'll have a pretty robust basis to compare and to get feedback from people who have taken the PARCC assessment, people who have taken MCAS, which is what we had hoped for, roughly a 50-50 split. And that will be part of the basis for bringing a recommendation to you in the fall. I think I'll stop there and turn it to Jeff and Bob. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the interest of time, the board understands the background of PARCC. I'll just give you a quick update. PARCC testing has actually already started in a number of states. So the exams have gone live. We're going to be starting here in Massachusetts in mid-March. As a result of the weather conditions, our student assessment staff has been adjusting the testing windows and providing some alternate dates, not only for PARCC, but also for MCAS. Districts are taking advantage of that. Liz Davis, our Associate Commissioner for Student Assessment, who's running the PARCC and MCAS programs, is actually not here today because she's out in Chicago with her fellow PARCC wizards, monitoring the administration of the tests in the states that have already started and all. You can ask Bob to talk, focus particularly on the research that's been done and will be done to help you evaluate PARCC. The only action question I would pose for the board is part of our original proposed schedule. We had actually planned this month and got delayed, of course, because of the weather, to do a demonstration of PARCC, live demonstration with some of our PARCC fellows, teachers who are familiar with both the test and its connection to our curriculum frameworks. If that's something that is still would be useful to the board and of interest, we can try to schedule that for sometime this spring. So I'll ask the board to think about that question, but in the meantime,
Can I ask, isn't that something that's online that we can access ourselves?
There are some sample tests which you can certainly do. We thought it might be also helpful to have some of our PARCC experts sort of walk you through and point out some of the features of PARCC and how it differs from our current assessment program.
And I apologize, but one other thing is, can you update us on how many states are still wholly in and how many have dropped out?
So there are, and you can correct me for any inaccuracies. So this is a very kind of volatile answer, right? The answer is subject to intense politicking in some states. There are 12 states that are administering PARCC, plus the District of Columbia. I don't know how many are in the other consortium. I don't know how many. About 5 million students total across the 12 states will be taking part this spring. That includes half of our testing population will be part of that number.
So we started with 14 states and we're down to 11?
Now, if you go
I'm
back,
just trying to get
yeah,
the
no,
reason.
if you go back to the beginning of the federal grants, there are roughly 25 states in each
Right.
consortium, give or take 3 or 4 states.
Okay.
So I'm going to scroll very quickly through the opening slides. As Jeff Wilson mentioned, a lot of this context we've reviewed in the past. New standards adopted by the board in 2010 really drove us in the direction of looking at our assessments and needing to update them. And PARCC was the strongest of the alternatives for how to pursue that. There are multiple parts to PARCC, more so than in MCAS, because there's a non-summative and large part formative and diagnostic component that accompanies it. We are collaborating with other states, and quite frankly, it's working to our advantage that a greater knowledge pool has become part of this. We get to benefit from economies of scale, and the partnership with higher ed is a new dimension to PARCC that has not been the case in the past as we've done assessments through MCAS over the years. And this is a reminder of the board's decisions and votes to date, starting with the adoption of the standards in July of 2010, and then some additional standards in December. The 2-year test drive that the commissioner mentioned, we're the only state that went down this path, and the competency determination, because it is connected to our 10th or our high school assessments, our 10th grade standards. The board has voted to continue with MCAS through the class of 2019. So that is, through the class of 2019, off the table as we look at the issue of whether or not to adopt PARCC. But the key votes would come in the fall of 2015, and perhaps when we look at high school testing into that, further into that winter. So now we get to the evidence, what is going to help us understand whether or not we should be adopting PARCC, whether the board would be voting to adopt PARCC. And there are 3 major areas that we're looking at: quality, rigor, and efficacy. And let me just mention a word about each of them. When we talk about quality, we're talking about the design of the assessments. Are they capable of actually measuring the standards that this board adopted? When we look at rigor, are the assessments able to challenge students at all levels of their ability to perform at their best and to demonstrate what they know and are able to do, up to the most rigorous and demanding levels, but also for students who are at early stages, the ability also to be challenged and demonstrate what they know and able to do. And efficacy, where we look at the ability of the assessments and the assessment program to help inform and help support teaching and learning that helps our students actually master the standards that we've adopted to accomplish what we set out to do when those standards were adopted. Now, MCAS has performed well, particularly in the first 2 of these 3 areas, quality and rigor. There are some new pieces I want to add. When we look at quality, one of the issues that we have on the criteria now includes signaling. Are we in fact giving good information to parents, to the students, to the teachers and the schools about whether students are on track, not only to move from grade to grade, but ultimately, are they on the right path to being college and career ready? Something that MCAS was not designed to do, but PARCC is designed, and that's part of the criteria for quality. Rigor is MCAS is a rigorous assessment, but over the years, as our students have really increased their ability to perform and perform well, our high school assessments, as you saw in the report done by the Mass Business Alliance, is not as rigorous as it once was or intended to be. And we're really beginning to see ceiling effects in our high school assessments with MCAS. PARCC is intended to push beyond that. When we look at efficacy, because MCAS was originally designed to be an assessment system, but never funded to be built out to a full assessment system, we have the summative assessments with MCAS, but did not build a set of tools that were diagnostic and formative. PARCC does, in fact, provide a suite of tools, optional, they're not required for teachers and schools and districts to use, but that aligned set of additional resources would be available through PARCC. So the question becomes, if these are the intentions of PARCC, is it in fact able to meet them, and what evidence can we show that either says it's doing that or it's falling short of those intentions and those expectations?
Madam Chair, can I just ask a quick question? Just going back to that previous slide, Bob, on the rigor, you talked about the ceiling effect of the high school. We don't seem to have seen that in the lower grades. I wonder if you just comment on that.
I think it's in part because the competency determination in high school graduation is connected to those 10th grade tests. We've not adopted and shifted the blueprint to the extent that we've been able to keep the tests at the earlier grades focused on the most demanding standards, and they've evolved with that blueprint over the years. That's not been the case with 10th grade. It's been held pretty static, and we've not done new standard setting since 2000, I believe.
For the 10th grade, or is that, have you done new
The standard setting across all grades.
But the blueprint, can you just explain a little bit more what a blueprint is?
The balance of items that are most challenging when you look at how students perform on different items. We're able to shift into some additional more rigorous items as it becomes clear students are capable of tackling them. So from grades 3 to 8, you've seen that, and as the board adopted the standards in 2010, we've been able to make some adjustments that continue with assessing our earlier set of standards. We don't move into standards that are not assessed under the earlier ones in MCAS, but we've been able to focus on some of the more challenging, cognitively demanding ones in grades 3 to 8. We've not made those adjustments in high school.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, when you mentioned the extra document that is at your table, this is just the listing of all the studies that sit underneath this high-level summary of the different studies and sources of evidence that will be available to the board. Many of them come out of the field tests that our students completed last spring. And some of those reports are already available. Others are being finalized by March or into the very beginning of April. All of those studies will be completed and available to the board. And when we look at the schedule, you'll see that we're anticipating that April might be a good time to dig deeper into what was learned by the field testing of our students. There are independent studies by third parties. The one that's most clearly in our field of view today is the one by MBAE, but others are underway and planned. Many of the studies also on the listing, the more detailed listing you have, although they were launched by PARCC, are conducted by third-party researchers who are very well known in the field and very highly regarded. We will move into the summer where we begin to have results from the PARCC test, and some of the data will become available, and there are additional ways that we'll be able to look at some of the results. And then standard setting, which is we have 5 PARCC levels as opposed to the 4 that we've had in MCAS. The leadership and experts from all the PARCC states, including both K-12 and higher ed, will convene in August and moving into the very beginning of September to look at the data and say, here's where we believe the performance should be for each of the 5 levels in PARCC. Student results won't be reported out to students until all these processes are done, so we're looking at October, likely at the earliest, maybe November. But the data about how students have performed and a lot of information about how they did on the standards will be available prior to that in August and September.
So we've had some discussions in the past about technology in the classroom, and again, the Commissioner brought you up to date in his comments about the availability of the E-rate funds and our state bond funds. As we've talked before, this is more than just capability for PARCC, but it's also to support instruction, to support data analysis by teachers. This is to support the teaching of technology skills that students will need in the 21st century. So we are continuing to offer a paper version of PARCC, and we'll do so for the near future while we get classrooms up. So many of our classrooms are opting for the computer test this year, others are opting for the paper test, but we're continuing to proceed on trying to get all of our classrooms up to technology standards. We're very pleased that Mass IT, which is the state's information technology unit, has just created a new office of school and municipal technology. Traditionally, Mass IT focused on serving technology needs in state agencies, but with under Bill Oates, the Commonwealth's CIO, who came out of the city of Boston, they understand that there's a lot of assistance that they can provide to districts and school districts and to cities and towns in helping them maintain their technology and providing support. So we're working very closely with them on the E-rate, on blanket procurements that will make it easier for school districts to procure technology and to support technology. So we're very appreciative of that partnership. We've had some questions about the PARCC costs. These sort of summarizes the starting point and the expected cost, at least for this year, of the PARCC costs versus MCAS costs. In trying to project out over the next few years, it becomes a little murkier because it involves decisions on whether we're going to add 9th and 11th grade tests to high school, what point we continue to offer MCAS for the high school competency determination until we're ready to switch that over, assuming we go with PARCC. Obviously we will still continue to need to offer MCAS science tests and the MCAS all tests, which are our own tests, and our over the next year we're going to need to go out for a new MCAS contract. So the costs that will be built in that will obviously depend on the bidding process. So there's a lot of variables. We obviously think that over time, if we adopt a test where the costs are shared by other states that has a technology platform, that we will see some savings, but it's hard to quantify at this point. Dr. Martin?
May I just ask a question about cost? Does that $32 for PARCC include the the interim assessments, or only the summative assessment that's required?
That's the cost for the summative assessment. Most of the formative tools will be available at no additional charge to districts, and it'll be district and teacher option whether to download them. The one exception to that would be the diagnostic test, which is a computer adaptive test. But there have been some recent discussions in the governing board of PARCC to try to cover as much of that as possible across all PARCC states, again, to keep the cost either no cost to districts or as low as possible. So we should be at a very low cost price point or no cost for many of these tools.
Can you help me understand? I thought I heard you say you had to go out this year for an MCAS new contract?
Yeah, we're in the first year of a maximum two-year extensions of the MCAS contract. So we're going to actually start work this summer it's a, many-month process to go through procurement, and what will be the scope of work will obviously depend very much in part on what the board's decision is. We know there are some pieces that we're gonna have to go out for: science, MCAS alt, and the continuation of 10th grade tests for at least through the class of 2019. If the board does not choose to go with PARCC, then we will build in pieces to develop the next generation MCAS test. But either way, we're going to be looking for, as we do periodically, a new procurement. That doesn't preclude current contractor measured progress from bidding on it, but the competitiveness of the procurement will depend on obviously what's included.
And the only other question I have about cost is I guess a request to continue to update us, which is on who's in and who's out and how that affects cost. I mean, if this number of states goes to 5, the cost goes, I mean, it's gotta be some break-even point here where it gets so expensive no matter.
I think everybody was going to keep an eye on that,
Yeah.
and what we're really thinking is, now that we're actually administering the test, people are for the first time seeing the test around the country.
Right.
We'll see the results, we'll see how Pearson does. It could go the other way too, that you could have states that have been sitting on the fence or just watching who say, now that they've actually seen it and they're, it's a tangible product that they can judge for themselves. We may actually have some folks come in. Part of the difficulty in predicting that, of course, is unfortunately PARCC has just become wrapped up in a lot of political issues that are totally unrelated to what's a quality assessment. We're just going to have to monitor that.
Highly unusual in education, politics. Impacted. I taught a course at the Kennedy School on the politics of education, and people said, "What are you talking about? Politics has nothing to do with education." Yeah, okay. Could have been a 5-year course.
It does make us appreciate living and working in Massachusetts, I have to tell you.
I was just going to ask, and kind of echoing what the chair said, is as if more states drop out of this, it would obviously pump up the price of PARCC. Is there any way that ultimately, it can, going off what the chair said, is when would MCAS, especially with negotiating a new contract, would it be possible to get MCAS more affordable than PARCC? Maybe not in the immediate future, but if more states drop out, when?
So projecting what costs might be based on, if the number of states reduces, there's not a crystal ball for us for that. However, what's important from this is the states own all the intellectual property that's getting created for PARCC. We would be able to continue to use some of the best elements of what's emerging from this, like these performance-based assessments, if things did not hold together. But we're working very hard to keep the consortium alive, because there are enormous benefits that we've talked about previously, to the extent we can.
Clearly if we decided to go in the direction of a next generation MCAS, it would likely be based on a digital platform, and that would involve some savings over time. One of the things, of course, is that the development of PARCC is I won't say it's been free to us, but at very low cost, because we've had the availability of federal stimulus dollars that kick-started the whole project, and we've spread the state costs and state effort over so many states. So there'd be a significant initial bump in the development cost if we wanted to do our own. And in fact, that's the process we went through. We started out by looking at the option of upgrading MCAS, and that was the path we were going down. And it was only because the opportunity for the consortium came along with the same goals, but spreading the cost over a number of states, that we wound up where we are today.
James, you have a question?
Yes. With respect to student results, student data, I think that I'm going to be very interested in how students do district by district, and maybe even school by school. So I don't know if that is something you plan to do or not, but I'd like to see how particular students are doing in particular school districts across the Commonwealth to be able to make a judgment about whether the test works for some kids and not others, and, you know.
We'll certainly have a lot of data that'll be available to us and to the board. We will not, at the time that you make your decision, we will not have released the individual student level scores to parents and students, because that takes some extra time, but we'll have availability of that kind of analytic data. Yeah, we obviously want to see that.
Thank you.
And can I just follow with David, with James, when would that data, sort of question we've had before, when would that kind of data be available to us?
So we will have raw scores. Students have finished the test, we have the results, they've been scored, but we don't know where those scores fall on performance levels until after those are set. So the standard setting has to happen, but we will have insights into how our students did at the state, district, school level in terms of just raw information, items right, items wrong. So we'll be able to have insights into it, but until the standards are actually set, we won't be able to say how many of our students were at a very novice level, level 1, and how many were at the most advanced level, level 5, till after the standard setting. And that, we would begin to have that information emerging. The plan is for September, although we're looking ahead and understanding that things could spill into October, for example, on the standard setting.
So as a follow-up, who sets the standards? And are we required to approve those standards at some point?
Yeah, so the standards are set consortium-wide. Because part of the goal of the project was that you wouldn't have each state saying, having a different benchmark for what's good enough, right? So what gets determined locally is, what do you do with those 5 performance levels? How does that translate into our 5-level accountability system, for example? How does that translate into graduation requirements? How does that translate into reports and so forth? Right, and when it comes to the graduation piece, and that's a long way off, but should we decide to go with PARCC, and should we decide to use that as a graduation measure, it's very likely that the standards on the test to certify college readiness would be different than the standard on the test to be ready for a high school diploma. Right? That's a policy decision this board will make, but in my view, what it takes to be ready for college is a different standard than what it takes to leave high school. Because if we made them one and the same, we either have to water down the college level piece, or we'd have to ratchet up the high school level piece, and we've put a whole bunch of kids who are not truly ready for college level credit bearing courses in a position where they don't earn a high school diploma, because I don't think the system at this point is ready to deliver those kinds of results for all those students. So the how we use the results from the test is very much a state decision.
It's a very interesting eclectic group of states setting the standards. Arkansas, District of Columbia, Massachusetts, Illinois. Very interesting.
It is. It's an interesting cross-section of states. Includes states that are historically thought of as higher performing states, Maryland, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and states that historically have been thought of as low performing states, Arkansas, Louisiana, District of Columbia.
And I can tell you that our student assessment staff has taken a real leadership role. They're very much looked up to by the other states because of the quality of our MCAS test, and they've been very active in working with the consortium on it.
Just a follow-up question on this though. So are the actual people who are involved in the standard setting process, are they chief state school officers, or are they sort of, experts, whoever they might be, and the result is what it is, and it's simply ratified or not by the larger consortium, or is there actually sort of a deliberative policy-making body, sort of at the board level that makes the final determination around exactly where those cut scores are set?
The plan is that there would be a lot of input from experts, from committees that would look at what the test, how kids did on the tests. It would include K-12 people as well as higher ed people. It would include some business people. But at the end of the day, the plan is that each of the governing states, the 12 governing states, would have a higher ed, the chief state school officer and the higher ed SHIEL equivalent, our commissioner, would participate in the decision-making around the college-ready benchmark. And that would become the anchor for then articulating the standards and going down the scale, so that performance at 5th grade was a pretty reliable indicator of whether you're likely ready for success in 6th grade, 7th grade, and ultimately by 11th grade at the college level benchmark.
But it would only be the college level benchmark that's determined by, let's say, policymakers like yourself, as opposed to experts. Let's say you're not expert, but so everything else would fall from that, and that's the only policy decision that's made?
That's the anchor decision that sort of becomes the foundation for the rest of the standards. There'll be some judgment, and some that same group will weigh in on certifying the final results. But once that anchor's set, it's the benchmarks at each grade level, as you back down the grades, would be set empirically.
And
Mitchell, Commissioner, a follow-up question to that. Because a moment ago you said that Massachusetts will be able to make our own decisions about what to do with those benchmark, with those standards.
Right.
But are you saying now that we'll be committing ourselves to having the same college-ready benchmark as all the other states? And are we convinced that our colleges will, statewide, will be willing to sign on to such a decision?
So you got to differentiate public campuses from non-public.
Right, public campuses.
Right. So our public higher ed, through the Commissioner's Office and the State Board of Higher Ed, have committed that that the certification, the benchmark for college readiness, unless it's done in a way that we feel is not defensible, will in fact be honored by the higher ed community in terms of placement in credit-bearing courses when students arrive at campus.
yes, Marianne.
So to the Commissioner, I'm just curious, seems like you've had this thought process, this exercise and the ideation around some, timelines and thinking about the college intersection. Are there thoughts around any statutorial requirements? Do we know, certainly if there's a graduation component there, I don't know if that's regulatory or statutorial. I'm not sure.
The requirement for competency determination to get a Massachusetts high school diploma is in the statute, and we wouldn't anticipate asking for any change in that. It's left to this board to determine, to set the assessment and the passing score to meet that competency determination.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking too, if we're saying you have to pass PARCC in order to attend college, and I guess that was the piece that you were, no, I know you didn't say that. I'm just wondering, and when you talk about intersecting with the public higher ed and commissioner, of higher ed, having these conversations. I'm just curious what else comes out of that thought process.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
that I quite understand the question, but first of all, there's no such thing as passing and failing, right? You're gonna end up with a score on a scale, and it's gonna represent one of 5 performance levels. The notion of the college-ready certification is not a requisite for admission to college. It's a certification that when you are admitted to college, that you are ready for a credit bearing course. You don't have to go through additional placement testing or otherwise. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, Mary Ann, or not, but those are the conversations that are taking place. And by the way, this is the reason it's important for us at this table to continue to have this discussion, because a lot of this is formative. And at our April meeting, we will have a session that will be a joint session with the Board of Higher Ed that will be devoted to this topic as well, so that the 2 boards will spend some time together on this topic.
Yes, Donald.
I'm just hearing 2 kind of contradictory things where it's, over here I'm hearing that they won't know the scores or the performance levels until after we make the decision, because that takes a little more time.
There's a difference between what parents will know, they're the last ones to know.
Yeah.
We'll have data, once the standards are set, we'll be able to report to you how many of our students fall into each of those performance bands.
But after we make the decision.
We
Or-
hope it will not be after.
It has to be
Okay.
before.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
And that's why the time frame is very compressed, because although there's some pressure for asking you to make your decision earlier, we're saying we really won't have all that data that you're gonna need until probably October or November, so that means we can't do it any earlier, we don't wanna do it any later, so that's.
I'm just curious, are we setting the standards or the other state? Because
The consortium will be setting
Consortium.
the standards and then applying that to the raw scores.
So the 1 through 5 isn't made by us, it's made by the consortium.
That's correct, of which we are a member and
Yeah.
a participant in that process.
So the 11 others, okay.
Again, the 1 through 5 is simply a labels. We have the range of student scores, and then each of those represents sort of a descriptor of performance in that area. So it's deciding which scores go with which descriptor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like, it's a different variation on our performance levels, where we talk about advanced, proficient, needs improvement, warning. There'd be 5 levels. The next to the top level would be the level where there'd be a high level of confidence, high degree of confidence that a student who scores at that level is likely gonna be successful at the next grade. Whether that's moving from 5th grade to 6th grade, 8th grade to 9th grade, or ultimately by 11th grade, ready for a credit-bearing entry-level college course. And note my use of the word entry-level college course, right? So if you want to be an engineer, this is not you better be ready for more than an entry-level math course in college. You better be way beyond that. This is about preparing for entry level, giving an accurate signal to students, parents, and teachers as to whether or not a student is likely ready for success at the next level.
It's gonna be a fascinating process to figure those 12 states in a room together, trying to figure this out. And if the majority wins without a consensus, who drops out? It's just sort of mind-boggling. I have to say, to put Arkansas and Alabama in a room with Massachusetts and,
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Madam Chair, as to where the casualties will come. You've got some incredibly courageous leadership going on in some of these states. In Louisiana, arguably one of the lowest performing achieving states in the nation, you've got a commissioner who's absolutely committed to the idea that you've got to give parents and the state accurate information about what their kids are or are not being prepared for. Does not want to see those standards end up being watered down to make Louisiana look good. But the pressures will be huge, absolutely.
Any other questions about PARCC?
I just have
David.
one, I probably apologize for asking it, but just, you know, there's a lot of, the dissonance around this in terms of the notion, you know, less lowering standards, or, you know, we're being co-opted by kind of a national initiative. But one of the other things that I just want to get your sense of, if we envision the technology eventually becoming available for this, and we are able to fully implement the model as designed, is there, it seems to me there's a potential that testing would have a smaller footprint on teaching and learning and instructional time in schools, that we would become much more efficient in the application of testing. We would eliminate through these formative assessment possibilities that could be probably implemented in small groups with devices, that this whole idea that districts that are in an accountability relationship with the state march kids in to do map testing to see how they're progressing toward, you know, the MCAS test. Is it fair to say that in terms of this whole issue of the testing gorilla, so to speak, that this has the possibility of putting a lighter footprint in?
Absolutely. I mean, I
Right.
think that's one of the promises, not yet delivered, but one of the promises of bringing technology into the classroom is that this line becomes blurred, that it isn't, you know, we're teaching now, and now we stop teaching and we start testing. That at its best, testing is constant feedback to the teacher on how students have learned today's lesson, this week's lesson, and
So that is a possibility as we move forward in this, in terms of that one of the larger questions that just that testing is enveloping what we're doing. This has potential to be somewhat of a solution.
There'll always be a
to this.
need, I think,
Right.
for a summative state assessment
Right.
as a benchmark,
But
that should be relatively small.
In the in-between times, this offers a lot more flexibility and a less heavy of input.
That is certainly the philosophy that's
Yeah.
driving this design.
And also, based on my looking at the test items, this would be a much more difficult assessment to teach to
Absolutely.
in terms of test prep, which is another criticism we get, that we spend a lot of time prepping kids to answer test questions. This would be not as easy to do that, right? I would think.
Yeah, and I think that's a reflection of the frameworks themselves, that
Right.
puts more of an emphasis on skills as opposed to rote knowledge.
So this is the part that, moving forward on this, has the potential to be the solution to some of the criticisms of it, right? Ironically, right?
I think that's very much the intent.
Right, okay.
Madam Chair, here's a quick follow-up question.
Sure.
on this. I mean, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what Jeff said. The online testing embedded in the curriculum is a vehicle for minimizing the need for summative testing at the end. But PARCC is a summative test.
Right.
It's not embedded in the curriculum.
PARCC is a suite of tools that includes a summative test
Correct.
and as well as.
But the assessment time with PARCC, how does that compare? You mean the two parts of it, performance-based plus the the end-of-year test? How does that compare to MCAS?
It's designed to be actually a little bit less. Now, of course, MCAS is an untimed test, so part of the problem we have with MCAS is it may only take a student 2 hours to do it, but if they've allowed the whole day for the small number of students who need it, that takes a lot of time out of instruction. But the comparisons are.
So the math portion, the PBA and the end of course test or end of year test at PARCC versus the MCAS, what's the comparison?
We've got some data we can get you, but it's the testing time is on the whole, it's a slight reduction for students.
Penny, and then let's move on.
All right, Mr. Commissioner, move on to the first meaty item and update on PARCC and some Discussion, do you want to open the comments, and then we'll hear from Deputy Commissioner Wilson as well?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're going to have an update on the park assessments. Just for the benefit of the audience, we had a great meeting last night, and we talked about Chapter 70 program, gave an overview of that program, talked about the budget, the governor's FY16 budget proposal, and as well talked a little bit about our licensure structure and our components of that structure, including the testing program and so forth. So this morning in trying to provide the board with continuous update on the park assessment and to ground you sufficiently as we head toward next fall in an understanding of the assessment, what it is, how it's proceeding, and so forth. We have a presentation for you that Jeff Wilson, Deputy Commissioner, and Bob Bickerton, who is a key official for us in working on the park project, are going to bring to you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This will be a brief update. We are in the middle of the spring operational testing period for both PARCC and MCAS. The PARCC tests have been administered for a number of weeks now in other states in the consortium. We just recently passed the 6 million test mark. In general, the testing has been going smoothly. There have been some small glitches that our testing contractor, Pearson, and the consortium managers have been dealing with. For us here in Massachusetts, we opened the PARCC online testing window last week, and to date we've had about 44,000 tests completed. Again, very smooth initial week. Just some minor glitches that we've been able to deal with. I think we had the benefit of being one of the last states in the consortium to actually start the testing, so some of the early bugs were addressed and fixed by the time we started. This week we've opened the testing window for the PARCC paper and pencil version and for the MCAS test, and so those are all underway now. As I think board members know from the Commissioner's weekly update, we've extended the testing windows for both PARCC and MCAS to give districts some extra flexibility to deal with the scheduling due to the snow. We've received a small number of inquiries from schools and from parents on the so-called opt-out question, parents who don't want to have their child take the PARCC assessment for a variety of reasons. Some relate to the test itself, some related to concerns about testing in general or about our contractor. The advice we have given, guidelines we have given is there is no opt-out provision in state law. The test is required. But having said that, we have advised superintendents and principals to deal sensitively with students who do refuse to take the test. We're not looking to punish anybody at this point. We're not looking to call attention or call out students. Obviously, we want to have as many students take the test as possible, both for the information it provides the teachers and also for the information it will provide us and this board in evaluating the test.
Those who decline, are they given an option, or they just simply don't get tested this time?
All students are given the opportunity to take the test, but if a student does not take the test, they are in effect marked as absent for that test.
Okay.
And we don't have the online numbers yet because we haven't completed the testing window, but anecdotally we hear it's a relatively small number in comparison to the, again, some 200,000 students that we expect to be taking PARCC over the next few weeks. In terms of research, Commissioner already mentioned the Rennie Center study. We have a couple of studies underway right now with our colleagues in higher education, one involving faculty members looking at the content of the PARCC test and giving us feedback on how well that represents the level of work that they would expect in an entry-level credit-bearing course. The other is a study that's being conducted by the Secretary's Office, with which we are assisting, to actually administer PARCC and MCAS to college freshmen to, again, help understand the alignment between PARCC and our college standards. You'll be hearing more about both of those studies at next month's meeting, when we'll be meeting jointly with the Board of Higher Education. You also have at your place a letter from our colleagues in higher education representing the university, the state colleges, state universities, and community colleges, re-emphasizing their support for the college and career-ready standards that we have been working jointly on over the past several years. The chair mentioned the upcoming forums to solicit public comment. You have at your place a tentative list of dates. We're trying as much as possible to piggyback on existing times that have been set aside for board meetings. We'll obviously have these in different parts of the state. We would ask you to, at your opportunity, to take a look at those dates, and if anybody flags any particular date that is some holiday we've forgotten or whatever, let us know, and we'll fine-tune that. As we always do, of course, there'll be plenty of opportunity for members of the public and for our stakeholder groups and our teachers to weigh in through other means, including written comments to the board, public comment at these sessions, and I expect that we'll have some additional comment opportunities in the fall as we get closer to our decision. The last thing I just wanted to mention is just to bring you up to date on a bit of a controversy nationally around news reports about our testing contractor monitoring social media as part of our test security protocols. This is actually something that we have done for many years and continue to do with our own staff for our MCAS tests, that it's considered a good practice in testing, standardized testing. College Board does it for their tests. So as part of our agreement with our testing contractor, Pearson, they do similar monitoring where we're not going into students' personal Facebook accounts or personal Twitter accounts, looking at private information or posting. What we're trying to catch here is the student who sneaks a cell phone into the testing room, takes a picture of the exam, and posts it on the world for everybody to see. Obviously, that creates an opportunity for students who have not yet taken the test to have an unfair advantage. It also, if it's not pulled down quickly, is an expense to us, because in general we reuse test questions from year to year. We have a protocol where if those are identified, the Pearson does not go directly to the schools, does not go to the students. They come to us, the State Department. It's up to us to discuss with the superintendent and principal. Our primary objective is just simply to get to the student. If we can identify them and say, can you please take this down? This isn't right. And in most cases, we're able to do that. Again, it's a long-standing practice, but with the fishbowl that PARCC is in these days, it's gotten a lot of attention nationally, but just wanted you to be aware of that. That concludes our report, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have time for that, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yeah, quick, Jeff. Just refresh us on the PARCC implementation this year, percentage that are doing it online, percentage that are doing the paper and pencil version, never mind the MCAS, just the PARCC. Where are we with that?
The of the schools that are taking PARCC,
Yeah.
about 50% have signed up for the online version, about 30% have signed up for the paper version, and about 20% are mixed. They were given the option to give online at some schools, paper version at other schools. So we have a good mix.
Okay. And again, we just need to follow that along in terms of districts developing their capacity to do that.
Certainly, if whether or not we adopt PARCC, we want to continue our efforts to bring technology into the classroom to improve instruction. And even if this board decides that PARCC is not the right exam and we want to develop a next generation MCAS test, we would certainly expect that we would be looking for an online platform. The advantages of online testing and going forward certainly significant enough that we want to be moving into that space. But we will continue to offer the paper and pencil version as long as districts don't have the capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Member McKenna?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm just curious, we've asked before, and if you could update us, we've asked for update us on a regular basis on the number of states who are still in the PARCC Collaborative, and is there anything we should know about any changes that are coming? How many states are doing PARCC this year?
There's a dozen states that are actually administering the PARCC exam this
A dozen,
spring.
12.
12, yes. There's obviously a lot of discussion nationally with some of those states, particularly those where the state commissioner is elected or the governor has more control and has become part of a political debate. So I can't predict to you what will happen. I also know that there are some states that are not currently giving the test that are looking at how well it is doing and may choose to opt in. So it's really hard to predict at this point. I think we'll have a better sense when we get through this first full testing session as to how people feel about the test and who will want to take advantage of it going forward. Bob's close to the consortium. Do you have anything to add?
No, other than, as Jeff points out, a number of states are looking, including some larger municipalities, New York and others are all in discussions with PARCC about whether this test might be in their future, but they are taking a wait and see in terms of that expansion.
Member Stewart?
I have a couple of comments. The first is that I've had several conversations with parents in my town who have expressed a concern about the PARCC, and that maybe I just don't have a good explanation. So, who said, I'm not sure why Massachusetts would choose to give up the test that led us to be fourth in the world in an international test if we were a country. And I know that there's concern around college and career readiness and that the MCAS somehow doesn't test for that. So maybe I just need a quick, good, couple of sentences that I can reassure folks.
The MCAS test, which of course is 18 years old now, was
Right.
really set at sort of a minimum level of proficiency needed to graduate from high school. That's why we give it in the 10th grade, and it's really more closely aligned to the 8th grade standards than to 10th grade. Students haven't even finished 10th grade at that point. Although the test has been successful and we've gotten a lot of good mileage out of it, part of the feedback that was coming from higher education and from the business community was that students who were passing MCAS were not necessarily succeeding at the next level. So that's what led to the whole notion that we needed to both revisit our curriculum standards, our frameworks,
Right.
which this board did in 2010, 2011, and make sure that put students on a path for success after high school. And once we developed the new frameworks, the notion being, to be fair to students, we want to have a test that's aligned with those frameworks.
So was there ever any conversation with the board about doing, MCAS 2.0? Anything
There was
like that?
considerable
Yeah.
discussion about that. In fact, that we started with that option,
Mm-hmm.
and when we bid the current MCAS contract, we actually had some options in there.
Mm-hmm.
For one state to develop a new test, it was extremely expensive, and that was just about the time that the recession was hitting, and funding became an issue. Funding for the two consortia of states that are developing the two 21st century tests was made available from the federal government through the race to the stimulus program, and it just seemed to be makes sense that with English and math, there's not a Massachusetts way of learning it all, that we could save some money and take advantage of other states' expertise. by
Okay, I think I
joining
get
them.
that. So,
I think
yeah.
the commissioner wanted to respond to
Sure.
your question.
Just to add to what Jeff said, Marianne, when we rebid our testing contract in 2008, 2009, we anticipated doing development of a new generation of assessment. We called for online components to the test, for more open-ended components, for a history test as part of it. And because of the recession and the cuts in the state budget, we were unable to fund any of that new development. We were just able to hold on to the core test itself.
Okay, well, that's fine. I can go back and look at some of the previous material. I just wanted to also say that I read the Rennie Center's report, their case study, and I thought that, you know, in their concluding paragraphs, they talked about that there were important questions about the technology needs, and in fact, Burlington and Revere, the two case study test schools and districts, had a number of, what did it say? They both had high-speed fiber optics, and almost all test sessions were affected by test materials freezing or spooling for an extended period. So I guess I see two parts to this. There's the pedagogical component, and then there's the technological component. And it feels like, because we were encouraged to go take some sample tests a couple meetings back, and I did, I found the interface to really get in the way of actually being able to work on a solution to some math problems where I could not see the full problem while I had to answer and solve the problem in the box. I also found that various dragging and dropping of text to select 3 ideas, I found that very challenging. It made me think, it was challenging to think that there would be students who would have a difficulty using the mouse if there were particular needs in that regard. So I guess, going forward, I'll be looking, I think the pedagogical component is, a separate entity from the technological one, and I guess I'm really concerned about the technology.
And those are all questions that we are very much interested in answering, and that this board will need to answer before we decide to go ahead with an online test. I can tell you that we certainly saw a lot of those problems during the field test. That's why we were field testing it. A lot of work has happened since last year to fix some of those issues. Again, anecdotally, when we observed students taking the test this year, they seem to be much more comfortable with it as they're getting used to some of those online tools. The flip side, of course, is a lot of our students coming up today are more comfortable sitting in front of a keyboard than they are writing out a longhand essay. So that can work both ways. But those are all things we have to be reporting back to you on.
Member Williard?
I'm sitting next to you, so
I don't know, the mic.
I don't know about them.
Well, so everybody can hear me. Just a couple questions. Putting the students first, the test second. Are there going to be any consequences or ramifications to students who do refuse to take the test, not necessarily on a state level, but even on a school-by-school level? Our school is going to be allowed to even have even the minor disciplinary actions against students who refuse to take the pilot test.
We're advising schools that we don't believe, it's certainly a matter for the school to deal with, but we're advising schools that we don't think any discipline is appropriate for this.
Yeah, if I also could just clarify, districts made the choice of going with MCAS or PARCC, but this is their official test this year. It's not a pilot anymore. We are comparing the two tests. In that regard, we still are trying to get more information, but this is the test of record this year. So if you're taking PARCC, it's your official state test. If you're taking MCAS, it's your official state test.
Member Noyes, did you want to? Did you want to follow up? Okay.
Yeah, a couple questions. So students will be getting back their individual test scores from PARCC this year, then in schools will be reported on how they did on certain items.
That's correct.
Okay. And
But just to clarify, as the commissioner has stated, any school that elected PARCC will be held harmless in our state accountability system. We're not going to move a school down into a level just, again, because these results are so new, we still need to understand them.
And then lastly, and through the Rennie Center report, and then also the report that was given to us today from Ms. Fleming, was that how Massachusetts teachers feel about PARCC. Do we have feedback from other teachers or from other states in the consortium about how they feel now that it's fully implemented? How do they feel now living with this test?
we have had teachers, subject matter experts from all the states have been involved in the development of the test. Now, we're just in the middle of the
I'm talking
administration,
regular
though, so we
teacher.
haven't collected feedback yet, but we will be collecting feedback from teachers on their experiences with the test.
Yeah, just because it worries me, and as great as it is that 67% of teachers believe that PARCC does extremely well or very well in measuring critical thinking skills, you got to remember on the flip side that still 33% or a third of our teachers aren't behind this, and that if we want to have a assessment that's successful, there needs to be motivation behind it. Otherwise, we're just setting up a failed system. So that's my cautionary
Member
words.
Noyes? That'd probably be the last comment.
Okay.
We are going to wrap up a lot of the business early, and we'll lose a few people, but we can come back to some of these topics
Okay.
as well.
I just want to point out that 5%, although 67% of teachers in Massachusetts said PARCC does extremely well or very well, only 5% said not very well or not well at all. So some people just maybe were pretty middling. My question really related to the question Donald just asked about consequences. We know that schools will be held harmless this year for their results on PARCC. What is the experience of other states? Are other states using PARCC results at this point for either school or teacher accountability?
Yes, in fact, they are. Massachusetts is the only state that's doing this 2-year process to understand if this is a suitable next generation assessment for our state. So the other states are fully implementing, and the accountability provisions in those states are going to be based on PARCC during this year and into the next year.
I think that'll be interesting to watch. I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you both. Appreciate your time this morning. Mr. Commissioner, we're going to move to item number 3, some recent research on several initiatives, and I assume you'll define those for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Carrie Conaway is coming up to the table to walk us through. We as a matter of course, we're very interested in sources of feedback on key initiatives that the state is implementing, so that we can understand how they're impacting, both intended and unintended ways, and so that we can adjust our strategies to make sure that we're providing the greatest support for their implementation. So we have a number of sources of feedback that Carrie's going to share with you that group around 3 key initiatives: the implementation of our upgraded curriculum frameworks, the implementation of our educator evaluation system, the implementation of the PARCC assessment, and in addition, in the last week, we sent to you a copy of the first set of feedback from a study that we launched this past fall on how much assessment is happening in schools and districts. As you'll recall, this is a topic that we discussed early in the fall. We heard many anecdotes. I wanted to be sure that that discussion was being informed by evidence, objective evidence, not simply anecdotes. I certainly have my own anecdotes from visiting many schools over the course of the year. And so we have the first round of data that's come in from the American Institute of Research study on the amount of assessment that's happening, the amount of preparation that's happening as well. There will be a second round in addition, but Mr. Chairman, this is Carrie Conaway, very talented Associate Commissioner who oversees a number of areas, including our research and evaluation efforts.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for the time to speak on this work today. As the Commissioner stated, I don't know what is going on with the slides, but I think you all have copies. Am I correct? So we'll
The
sort of...
results are just very large.
That's right, exactly. And you'll only see the second half of every finding. So let me start with, we pulled together data on 3 interrelated state initiatives: curriculum framework implementation, educator evaluation, and PARCC. And there's lots of sources of data regarding how implementation is going on these 3 initiatives. We've used 11 different studies, some of which we commissioned ourselves, some of which were commissioned by colleagues and partners in other associations over the course of more than the last 2 years. So to hopefully get a sense of just generally where we are and how things have changed over time. The way I've organized these slides is for each slide, I have a statement of sort of a finding, and then I've got several points of evidence that support that finding. I'm not going to go through every single evidence point. You all can read those, but I want to highlight some things that stood out to me. What we've learned is that curriculum framework implementation is proceeding, but is not yet complete. Most of our districts have implemented curricula that are aligned with the new curriculum frameworks, but they're still working on the curriculum materials, instructional materials that go along with those curricula. And we see that mathematics and English are going at about the same pace rather than districts sort of choosing to go first in math or English. They're doing those in parallel tracks. One thing that really stood out to me across a number of different survey instruments is that pretty much no matter how we ask the question, most educators agree that the new standards will have a positive impact on student learning. So whether we've asked core academic teachers, general teachers, people attending our events, principals, they're all saying the same thing, which I thought was really good news. They also, though, say that they still need support in terms of implementing the frameworks well. When we asked a couple of years ago, or actually the Teach Plus and the MTA asked a couple of years ago, we had about half of teachers reporting they had not yet received any training on the curriculum frameworks. As of about a year ago, people are more saying that they need additional training. And we're about to re-ask this question, so I don't have more recent data yet, but it seems like we're moving in the right direction. People are learning more and more about the curriculum frameworks, and we just need to continue to support that work as we transition. Looking at educator evaluation, most people, again, no matter how we ask the question, agree that the new system provides better information and opportunities. Here I would highlight the third bullet, which is from a study conducted by SRI, because that's a representative statewide sample. That's not just sort of whoever responded to the survey. And there, what we found was that 83% of principals and 68% of school staff agree that the system provides opportunities to reflect on their practice, which was one of the main goals of the system. As part of that statewide survey, that same SRI study, we also asked about how educators perceive the fairness of the evaluation system. And what we learned is that most principals and school staff viewed their own evaluation as fair. So if they participated last year in the evaluation system, we had large majorities saying that they thought it was fair. We saw a little more difference between principals and school staff, which are primarily teachers, in terms of whether they think the system as a whole is fair. The majority of principals do. We had slightly less than half of school staff feeling it's fair as of a year ago. We are going to re-ask that question in a survey that actually just closed in the field a couple weeks ago. We're just awaiting the findings on that. So we should be able to report back pretty soon on how that's changed over the last year. Again, most educators think that the evaluation system is having a positive impact on students. Most principals, curriculum directors agree with that. There's less agreement among teachers there than for people who are in school or district leadership roles. The big challenge for the year, and I don't think this will be a surprise to many of you, is the district-determined measures. Most districts have selected their measures, but they're still working on systems to identify how they're going to score them, how they're going to factor into the, whether it's low, moderate, or high growth, those sorts of things. And it's just been a challenging piece of work, which is why the department has invested so much resources in terms of supporting that and helping make that easier. One goal that we've been focusing on this year is to help districts.
They had a little trouble behind you. It's fixed, so
Oh.
you might want to go on to the one you want to be on. I think you're on 11.
Thank you. Oh, that's so much better. Here we are.
We were in seasick mode for a minute. You didn't see it.
Okay. I thought I saw flashing, and I was wondering what was happening. Thank you. We've been encouraging districts to really focus on integrating their implementation of these efforts. So rather than viewing educator evaluation and curriculum framework implementation as two separate things, working them together. And we do see evidence from several sources that districts are trying to do this. Typically, they're doing it by using the curriculum frameworks in their goal-setting process for educators in the part of the summative performance rating where that factors in. And finally, related to PARCC, districts are certainly on the way preparing for PARCC, which is good since the testing window opened. They certainly were anticipating some challenges again as of a couple of months ago. The last year when we did the field test, 81% of field test administrators had never before administered a computer-based test. So that was a big challenge to overcome. That hopefully this year they've had some practice with it and it will have gone better. We'll learn more soon about that. We learned from the Rennie Center brief that the school level management was a piece that needed attention because it was a different group of people involved in the testing process. IT people had not typically been involved, and so it's just a transition for districts as they had to involve IT staff. But many districts and principals report that they are feeling mostly or somewhat prepared, so we're again moving in the right direction there. And the other piece of good news is that although the online test may not be as familiar, the content of the test seemed familiar to both teachers and students. Most students who participated in the field test agreed that most or all of the questions they were asked were pertained to things they had learned that year. And the teachers said that they felt more familiarity with the Common Core standards and the PARCC content than they had with the testing procedures themselves. Just a couple more observations going across all those things. There's several examples where principals and central office staff are generally more positive than the school-based staff, the teachers. So it'll be interesting to see this year as we repeat all these surveys whether we see a closing of that gap or not as teachers become more familiar. Because typically the central office staff and the school leadership get familiar with these things a little earlier, and then the teachers take a little longer because they're having to actually do it in the classroom. And we also see that perceptions are generally improving over time. So hopefully we'll see that same thing again this year. Switching gears now to the district assessment practices study. We're conducting a multi-part statewide study on this issue. We started with an initial inquiry of superintendents in the fall, which many of you, but not all of you, were on the board at that time. So I'll sort of refresh your memory on what those findings were and then talk about the AIR study that the commissioner mentioned. The superintendent survey was done by ESE in the fall, and we opened it any district that would like to participate or charter school, and we got a response rate of about 36%. The thing that I thought was really interesting about this, we asked superintendents to tell us for what purposes do you use assessments in your district, and we gave them about 10 or 15 choices of things that you sort of, yes, I use this, or no, I don't. The least common uses cited were for preparing for the MCAS or predicting student performance on MCAS. So we only had less than half, and about a third in one case, of districts reporting that that was the purpose that they were conducting tests for. More commonly, it was to measure whether students have met specific learning goals, determining courses, diagnosing student needs, those sorts of purposes of testing. We also asked about the, do they feel that they have the right amount of testing for two purposes. One, for their instructional and improvement in informational needs, and also in terms of the amount of time they spend on it. And what we saw is about half the district respondents felt they had the right amount of testing relative to the information that they need. And about half thought they had about the right amount of time spent on tests relative to their instructional time. And then most of the rest felt they had too much testing. We also asked a little bit about what guidance districts give to schools to get a sense of if there's challenges around assessment, is it at the district level or the school level? And most districts do offer guidance to schools on the kinds of numbers of assessments, so it seems to be driven more by the district than a school level choice. So with that having been done in the fall, we then engaged American Institutes for Research to do a two-part additional analysis. The first was a set of phone interviews, which we did over the course of the last couple of months, with a representative sample of 35 districts and charter schools, as compared to the previous one, which was just whoever responded to the survey. And we interviewed a district and a school-based staff person in every district that responded. We asked specifically about assessments that are required by the district. So not something that's a school-based assessment or something that the state requires, but just what's required commonly across the entire district. So to orient you to this slide, let's take the first row. So that shows that we have 35 districts in the sample. The average number of district required assessments for the district is 6.7, and the average number of testing sessions is 19.1. So this could mean that they're repeating the same test 3 or 4 times during the year, sort of as a benchmarking type process, or it might take multiple sessions. Penny, did you have a question?
Is that 6.7 per kid?
It's per, essentially,
Grade, or, I mean,
no.
Is that spread out over 6 grades?
It's spread out over all the grades. So if you go to the next row, You see in the elementary grade spans, typically an elementary school will have 3 assessments that are required, typically a middle school 2.6. So it seems like where districts tend to fall is that in any given grade span, they're doing 2 to 4 common assessments, each of which might have 2 to 4 sessions associated with it. And then we further broke that out by the type of district that was responding. We saw that level 2 districts typically had the most assessments relative to the other accountability levels. Also districts with low proficiency levels. Charter schools required fewer tests than charter schools. We did not see a difference by urbanicity, but there was wide regional variation. It was actually pretty surprising to me, the large variety of, yes, can I help?
Can I just go back to the 19.1? Is that
Mhm.
19.1 sessions? Is that 19 days?
No.
Is it part of a day?
Yeah, it could be as little as a few minutes. It could be an hour, something
Could
along
it
those
be
lines.
more than one day?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you.
We also asked about, along with the district assessment, we also asked how much time are they spending preparing for state tests. And here we define this clearly as not their general curriculum, all of which presumably prepares them for the test, but time that's really spent just on test prep as opposed to the curriculum itself. And, excuse me, the large majority of districts spend 5 days or less on this over the course of the whole year. And in fact, about 43% spend 2 days or less. This is actually, the researchers reflected to me that it was actually hard for some districts to answer this question because they said, well, the whole curriculum is the preparation for the test. We don't do test prep specifically for this. So it was sort of an interesting response that we got from some districts.
And did you survey all of them and only get back 35 answers, or you went after 35 representative ones?
We went after 40 representative ones and got 35 back. So it's like 88%, I think, response rate, something like that. So we saw similar breakdowns in terms of the who spent the most times on tests. We also asked the researchers to take a look at whether the percent of English language learners or special ed students in the district might be driving some of this, and we did not see differences there. So the amount of time being spent on test prep did not seem to vary based on ELL or special education. So,
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
So when your reference to days here, is that, really an hours, measurement of hours, or it is that during, whatever it is, 2 to 5 days of the school year, there was some portion of time that was devoted to test prep?
I believe it's the latter. This
Okay.
was actually another thing that was challenging for districts to figure out how to count, because it varies somewhat from student to student and from in terms of how much time is actually taken. We found that the respondents, some people would sort of talk about minutes, some would talk about spans of a week in which some time was, which actually leads me, thank you for the segue, to my future work piece, because we, as I thought might happen, this was really challenging for districts to quantify. And so we're going to dig deeper with 4 districts to go through actually a full assessment inventory. Achieve has put out a tool that's meant for districts to help them take a look at, are they offering a well-balanced and not overly onerous assessment system. So we're going to have 4 districts go through that inventory with us and reflect with us on their practices. We've chosen them purposively in the 4 categories that are listed there. We want to get some examples of good practice and some examples of perhaps not so strong practice that we can work from. That work is just commencing now. I should be able to report back to you later this spring on the findings from that as well.
Great, thank you very much. So,
Thanks.
You get the prize, since I understand you don't have to leave early to go to the other hearing. So could I ask you to stay? I know that this is a topic of great interest to the board.
Yes.
So I think we'll do another round and ask so that everyone can ask more questions a little later in the
Sure.
program today.
Sure, no
Thank you
problem.
very much.
Thanks.
So members, we'll come back to this one. So I'd like to suggest, since this is early and everyone's had a lot of coffee, that we take a 5-minute break. We will come back right at 10 o'clock. I noticed one other thing. Now maybe the superintendents can direct us, but there seem to be few restrooms at this end of the hall. So I would like to ask the public that they let the board wander there first so that we can come back and stay on time. Right outside, but there aren't a lot. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conaway, would you come back up, please? Not if we can get those slides back. We had to cut you short. We had no time for discussion, so why don't we go back for a few minutes to the update on all of your surveys.
I'm happy to take whatever questions you may have. I think Matt's getting my slides. Thank you.
So I was just sort of struck that most of the positives were majority, but not overwhelming.
Right.
So clearly a lot of dissent or confusion, or we're not doing enough yet. And so I was wondering if you could just give us a flavor of your thought about that. So I would say sort of overall, it's not victory yet, right? We're really not where we need to be.
No, and that's why we use these findings to really inform the work of the department. It helps us identify where the areas are that we have the most support, where we have areas of disagreement, areas where we might need to prioritize technical assistance to the field, those sorts of things. So, and I also think it's a rare day that you get very strong agreement on anything from stakeholders. So so to me, like for example, I was pretty pleased on the slide, slide 6. I'll flip to it. That we ended up there with the primary sources study. The very first one is actually a nationally representative sample that was a properly designed random assignment sample. And there we have 72% of core academic teachers. So those are the ones who are actually teaching the curriculum frameworks in their classrooms, felt that those standards had a positive impact. So those are the people who had the most exposure to it. It doesn't necessarily surprise me that if you were an academic teacher in a different subject where you weren't working daily with the curriculum frameworks, you might not yet be in the same place as the people who've had the most exposure. So hopefully as we redo some of these things this year, we'll see more movement in that direction.
Do you do this every year? No.
We do.
How do we look at this? This is learning for me.
Yep.
Thanks.
We do lots of different stakeholder engagement and stakeholder feedback. And in fact, some of it actually informed the waiver process as well. We kind of use it for a variety of purposes.
The federal waiver.
Yeah, the federal waiver, right. So some things we have on the books every year is the educator evaluation, the representative sample survey. We've done that every year. We always do some sort of survey of curriculum directors regarding curriculum framework implementation.
Mm-hmm.
There's always research related to turnaround stuff, sort of the agency's top priorities. And then we'll fill in, like for example, the study on assessment is something we added in just because we heard from the field that that was an important area that we didn't have enough information about.
I had a question on testing time, and then happy for any other questions. But I know we live in a society where 49% is a mandate and 55% is a landslide. But I don't really think that's inclusive of where we would like to be, and I know the department doesn't. So this time on testing question, how wide is the sample, and how do we get a better feel, or how do we, do you think we can get to a point where we have more agreement, or is this going to always be, a big tension between kind of the state standards and how local educators feel time gets used, or parents and students feel time gets
Those
used?
findings came from a survey where all superintendents and charter school leaders had the opportunity to respond. So it was everyone, and I think we had a 38% response rate. I would have liked to have had a higher response rate to feel more solid about really where is the field on that. When you're below 50%, I always worry that it's sort of the people who are feel most extreme in one way or another that are responding. That being said, I think it probably is broadly representative of the general stakeholder sentiment that we may need to recalibrate a bit how much time we spend on assessment and which kinds of assessment we invest that time in. So hopefully the follow-up study will help shed some light on which assessments are most useful under what circumstances for what kinds of students.
Mr. Morton? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple of questions. The first is from slide 10, educator evaluation. And it says that 41% of the teachers agree that the evaluation system will help improve student learning. Any idea why so low, and any insights into how to change that?
So these are findings from a year ago, just so we remind ourselves of that. They were, pardon me?
Context.
Yeah, exactly. So, at that point, the teachers who were completing this survey had not necessarily experienced the full system. So they would probably, because the survey is done around this time of the year, they would not yet have gotten their first summative performance rating. So they may not have yet had the opportunity to see how it was used and have confidence in the system. So my hope is that when we get the data back, we will see an improvement there for that reason alone.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And then my second question is, has to do with slide 12. No, not 12. Hold on one second, please. I think slide 11. You talked about how important it is to align the curriculum frameworks with teacher evaluation.
Mhm.
And so can you tell us what the department is doing to make sure that that alignment happens, and what kinds of recommendations you might be making to districts about how to accomplish that goal?
That would, I'll take a stab at it. I'm the research director, not in charge of either of those two programmatic areas, so I don't know if Alan may want to supplement after I finish, but it's certainly been a priority area because I think it makes the work easier for everyone to think of it as all of a piece supporting the same general goal. So one example of a way that we've promoted that is through the fall and spring convenings. They used to be separate. One was the curriculum summit and one was the educator evaluation summit. Now both of them are connected together and cover both topics, prioritizing those, using examples across both areas of the work. So that's been one change, and there are many others along those lines, but those kinds of ways of demonstrating to people. Another thing we did actually that comes to mind is we last year offered a grant program called the Professional Practices Grant that prioritized districts that wanted to do something innovative to connect those two programmatic areas more. And so that ended up, we did 2 cycles of that grant. I don't remember the total number of districts, but it was several dozen, if I remember correctly, that got a little bit of funding from us to try something new. We're doing sort of some research alongside it so that we can learn from what they're doing and then share more broadly with others some promising practices.
Thank you.
Please.
On slide 7, it says 64% of the teachers stated they needed additional training on the frameworks. So that's a pretty high number. And the frameworks have been in place now, how many years?
Well, the board voted on them in 2010-11, and then there's been a slow transition process since then.
So where is the department on that in terms of providing training? And how are you doing it? Where are we on this?
So this is another finding that's from a year ago, just to remind, so we may well have seen progress since then. In terms of what we've been doing since then, I mean, I think you're hard pressed to ask any educator, if you ask them, would you like more training on something, they would always say yes, right? These are people who love learning, that's why they're teachers. So I don't know we're ever gonna get to 100% of people saying, I'm totally set, don't need any more support on that. That being said, I think there's plenty more that we can do, and I don't know, Alan, if you want to add in what we've been doing.
I would just want to offer, through the chair,
Yes.
the opportunity for our Brooke Clinchy to maybe speak to that, and I'm certainly willing to come back with additional information. But we have done some outreach things, some outreach efforts regionally, district-specific needs, where we've gone out to provide training based on what was requested or asked. And I think the challenge for us is to try and do that in an effective way where we can reach more people. But it's a fair question. And Brooke, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add about the work that's underway.
Thank you. I think it's a great question. A couple things come to mind. Jonathan Landman, I'm not sure if he's still here. He may have some things to add as well because he has direct oversight over the curriculum and instruction unit. But things that come to my mind certainly are things like the model curriculum units, the amount of work that we're doing in partnership with WGBH to help support, create videos to help support those curriculum units. We're just in the process of rolling out a pilot program called What to Look For Tools. To your question, Mr. Morton, which will help to align the ed-eval piece with the curriculum so that evaluators will have something that's got the bulleted points for them to look at when they go into a classroom. When they flip over, the other side of that has all the instructional practices. So we're very much aware of this. And to Carrie's point, I think the shift in the convenings has also been very, very helpful. and bringing things together. We continuously look at ways of combining our units. For example, another thing that comes to mind is we hold regular integration meetings as well between our units. So your questions are great questions, and we would want you to receive the message that we're working very hard in a unified front on this matter.
Yeah.
I just have a more sort of systemic question. The department either does or asks for or gets copies of these various kinds of surveys and studies. What is the system within the department for examining those studies and making decisions about what to do differently as a result?
Now you've asked a question I can answer. Thank you. So I'm in charge of, along with research, I also have the strategic planning function for the agency. We use a model called Deliverology, or delivery. It was invented in Britain. And the basic way that it works is we infuse those findings immediately into both making sure the commissioner is aware of them, the program staff, through whether it's through individual conversations, memos, meetings. We also, just thinking of educator evaluation as one example, that group actually, whenever we get findings back from our researchers, SRI, which is the contractor for that work, we immediately schedule meetings with them to say, okay, what are the basic findings here? What do you take away from this? What are you going to do differently? So as a result of that, they've reprioritized their effort in terms of, for example, they put a lot more emphasis this year on district-determined measures after having heard from the field that that was the biggest challenge that they were facing this year. So it really does quite quickly get into the lifeblood of the agency. And I view that as really important work. We've also shifted what we ask for from our researchers, particularly when we're paying for it. I no longer commission giant tomes. I really hope you never get from me a giant tome. We ask for very quick turnaround on the most important stuff at the right time of the year to inform whatever the next big decision is.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your coming back.
Sure.
For a few more minutes. All right, that's everything on the advanced agenda. So I'd like to talk about schedules for just a minute, and then get us out a little earlier than planned, even since everyone had to come farther than expected. So just to underline the schedule that's being proposed for April, so people could weigh in or at least consider it. The proposal from the Commissioner's office is that on the Monday evening meeting, the special meeting on Monday the 27th, that we would move and hold that meeting somewhere in Holyoke. The other topic or other thing we discussed is to try to allow people who have day or evening issues to maybe start a little earlier than we normally do. So we might think about a 4 to 7 o'clock time frame as well, also a little more than the 2 hours, because my guess is we'll hear from a lot of people. Don't think we need to start earlier and not necessarily go later. We could consider it. The real reason is I'm not sure we're all going to be going very far, and we probably won't be going home, because the next morning, the 28th, we are already scheduled to be back in Fitchburg at a different location for the joint meeting with the Board of Higher Ed, which I believe we are expected to have. And that was scheduled to be here, not in the school, but in a different location. Then, and this was a proposal that I had made to staff as we thought about trying to do PARCC hearings before the necessity of a Holyoke hearing in the next few weeks came up, was that at least some of us would stay longer in Fitchburg that afternoon to hold the first of the PARCC public fora as well. So that would be a very long day, although not every board member is required to go to all the PARCC hearings, but everyone would be invited to. So the rough proposal is that we would go to Holyoke and need to be there a little earlier on the Monday. We would overnight somewhere in the middle of the state so that we could be in Fitchburg without driving all the way back and forth. Maybe we can go to. Well, you will have moved, so we can't even go to Mr. We're going to the vice chairman's house. He'll let us know if we need to bring sleeping bags or how that will work. So that's the thought, and just everybody ought to think about it. If that seems completely unworkable, please speak up. But I don't know how we do all these things otherwise. Any comment?
Just clarification on it. We're talking the 27th? in Holyoke from 4 to 7, is that what we're talking about?
Roughly, I think that, obviously, we only got the recommendation today. I think the staff now needs to work with stakeholders to understand where and how complex that will be. I know there was similar pattern was run in Lawrence, so there's, I assume, some learning. I just don't have that. But that would be the idea. Start a little earlier than 5, so it's not only an evening meeting. I don't know whether we need to go later or not. We obviously will want to hear from as many people, or at least as wide a set of views as possible, hopefully in a polite and orderly fashion, but it's an emotional issue, and I think we want to be open to that. Then stay somewhere, maybe at David's house, probably needs to check with his family, about whether that's really a good idea, so that we would be able to be back in Fitchburg in the morning, and then as many people as would like would stay in the afternoon, and we're really probably talking about doing a hearing from like 3 to 6, so we'd have a break. And then I think if we want to be able to get people after work, we can't just make it a 1 to 3 o'clock hearing. So, and we want to make sure we're getting out around the state. So the idea was, if we're going to be as far as Fitchburg already scheduled, let's take advantage of that and stay. One of the things we'll want to do is find out who can be there, so we know there are at least a few board members, if not the whole board, at every one of those hearings. All right, good. Great. Okay, fantastic. Obviously, we need to have a quorum for the formal meetings. We don't for the other, but the more of us who can hear all of this, the better. There is a proposal that we think about trying to make the park hearings themed, so that at least we get a range of opinions on a theme, and we can synthesize them. The commissioner and the secretary's office are working on how that might happen, and then obviously, because of geography and dates, we'll get some other testimony as well, probably. That's in process. And then there are 4 other dates proposed. I don't know that any of those correspond with the June one, I think. The second one in June. Let me take a quick look, because I made a couple of notes that might be helpful. There is a date in May that's proposed, the 18th, which is a normal day. So it would be in Malden, that one, but it wouldn't be an extra date, so hopefully it's already on people's calendar. And then the next day, as a reminder, will probably be in Everett at Donald's School, because it's customary to hold what's normally the last meeting, although you're up for re-election, so maybe we'll do it all again, as they say. But we would probably be in Everett at Pioneer Charter on the 19th. Then there's a proposal, we worked out 2 dates in June we might be able to do. One is Tuesday the 9th. That's a different date. That doesn't correspond with any of our normal meetings. The thought is we might go to Southeastern Mass for that one. Location TBD. Sorry? Oh. Oh, Martha's Vineyard. That would be very Eastern. Then the idea is we would do one on Monday, the 22nd of June, which was already one of our dates for a special meeting, probably in Boston proper, a location to be determined. Again, needing to start a little early, so around 4, not 5. 1, to give us more time and cover the day in the evening. And then finally, the governor had asked us to hold at least 5 hearings. He's flexible on the dates because it's obviously supposed to inform our a decision in the fall. So our thought was probably it spills into July. We had looked at the 7th as a possibility, and I think the staff was thinking about whether we would go to Pioneer Valley for that one. So again, be farther out. Yeah.
I don't know if it's already been thought of, but just as a precautionary, I'd want to see if we can make sure that one of the hearings at least is in a district that opted out of park, and then one is in a district that opted for park, just to make sure that we kind of have that equal debate of why we didn't go with it versus
Right.
why we did.
So I don't know how these line up.
Likewise.
Can you share that? I do think our goal is not to just make them town hearings, so we're going to try to make sure the staff solicits broader, and that's one of the thoughts about making them themes so that we get a range of opinion. But I get your point that we'll probably get some weighting towards wherever we are, and we'll try to make sure that gets represented. Although in some cases, was it by school or was it always by district?
By district, except for Boston.
Including in Boston?
But there was a few districts with an exception.
District 2? So Boston chose Park. So we need to make sure it gets represented one way or the other. We'll take another look. The other thing is we're not restricted to 5. And one of the things is I hope we're getting facts, not just opinions. So I think we need to see, and we'll try to invite some people, but anyone can come testify. If we don't feel we've heard everything we need to hear, or we're missing a point of view or data, we can hold more or ask people to come testify. Also, the secretary didn't get to speak to it, but he was also requested by the governor to commission independent academic research. I had told him I'd put him on the spot, but he left, and I'm not going to put you on the spot unless you know something you want to say. But I think they were pretty close to rolling out a field, an independent academically run field test.
They're trying to administer both PARCC and MCAS, the first-year college students, beginning in the first, second, and third weeks of April.
So the idea is to test college students in Massachusetts and actually see, and you'll be able to then get access to their records and see how the tests line up with how they're actually doing and try to understand, is one or the other better at predicting and showing us how students will do, and therefore showing us whether their elementary and secondary schools have prepared them to succeed in college, or at least to handle the work. So that's another piece, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have lots of homework, and we're going to get lots of material on a bunch of things. So that's everything I had. Anyone else? All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn? Yes, seconded. No discussion. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. This meeting's adjourned.
Jointly across these two boards, talking about a variety of the cross-sector collaborations, and it's particularly a pleasure to get to start off by introducing the president here of Fitchburg State, who himself represents the hybridization of K-12 and higher ed through his past service as commissioner of education, as well as for many years now as president here of Fitchburg State, and winding up a great run here, Bob Antonucci. Good morning, President Antonucci.
Good morning, everybody. Let me stand so I don't have my back to everybody. How's that? That okay? That better? Take a good look at me. Now I'm going to move over. Let me all welcome you to Fitchburg State University. It's a great opportunity for us, and especially for me, to have both boards meet here on our campus. As Chris said, I have connections to all of you, having been commissioner for 6 years, and at that time, the commissioner served on the Board of Higher Education. Many of you remember Stan Koplik. I was on that board, and now I'm back at Fitchburg State University. So I've closed the circle, and if the theme of today is collaboration, I exemplify what collaboration is all about. And I need to tell you, the work that you're doing means a lot to the students we serve. It's not about being a Democrat or Republican, or who the governor, who isn't the governor. It's about the students we serve, whether it's in the public universities, the private universities, the public schools, the charter schools. That's what it's about. If we lose our focus on students or on children, then our mission will never be accomplished. One point here in collaboration, we're one of the few universities that has a campus school. We have a K-8 McKay Arts Academy, and it took a lot of work to get that school where it was. At one time, it was a pre-K-4 school. The city had a 5 through 8 school. We combined those two schools within one school, but kept two separate schools for a year. Worked with the faculty and the principals. We then collaborated and created the first pre-K-8 innovation school here in Fitchburg. It's a level 1 school. It's great. We get students from this neighborhood, which is very difficult, but I'll tell you, it's a school that allows us to have our students train in a school where they're going to have urban students, but at the same time, we give back to the city. It's a shared collaboration. We pay for part of it, the city pays for part of it, and we get along very, very well. So that's a good example of collaboration. So while you're deliberating today, have a good time, enjoy this campus. It's a wonderful campus. We have about 4,000 undergraduates, great facilities, great president, great board. I'm waiting for the audience to wake up before they get going. But a lot's happened here. If it were not for Fitchburg State, I would not be here today. I was a first generation, father being born in Italy. We still have a lot of first-generation students, a lot of minority students, but that's what we're all about. We open our doors. We welcome them in. We do what we can for them, so when they graduate, they have some skills. And that's what it's all about. So enjoy the day here. Walk around, make yourself at home, do whatever you want. It's yours for the day. Keep calm, keep peaceful, and have some fun. Have a good one.
Thank you. And I'm sure there'll be many events honoring your long service to the Commonwealth, but I must say, as coming in as board chair, I'm sorry to see you leaving. I was looking forward to the opportunity, but I imagine you'll still be willing to provide opinions even in retirement. And you've got your board chair on our board, which is wonderful too. Thank you for bringing us together. Chairman Sagan and I, he's got 3 meetings under his belt, so he's my mentor and advisor, decided to, especially in this principle of trying to be efficient about using this brief time together, to skip kind of detailed introductions of all of the members. Fortunately, I think many of the members know each other, and I think every member has in there the materials they've been handed out, biographies of the other members of the other board. Hopefully you know the members of the board you're on already. I won't introduce, maybe I'll ask all the members of the Board of Higher Education to raise your hand, just so the audience kind of can see. Great. By way of my introductory remarks, all I want to say is, as someone who spent a lot of his second career working on K-12 education, I'm particularly excited about the opportunities to consider how these two sectors that are obviously so intertwined and need to be intertwined in giving students and families and communities the opportunities we want for them here in Massachusetts and beyond, to go beyond traditional silos that can naturally form towards identifying the ways we reinforce each other. And higher ed, we obviously train a very large percentage of the teachers in Massachusetts who teach in the K-12 system, and the vast majority, nearly all of the students who attend the 29 campuses, and particularly the 24 campuses of the state universities and community colleges, have attended Massachusetts K-12 schooling systems, and so we're dependent upon each other for success. And I'm really looking forward to the agenda that the commissioners have put together, working with us and with the secretary. And with no further comment from me, I look forward to passing it over here to Chairman Sagan for his introduction.
Thank you. Thank you,
Chris.
Chairman Gabrielle. I'll try to teach you how this is done now. All this experience.
You brought your gavel, by the way.
I got my gavel?
Yeah, that's good.
Now I have a staff member who does that. Where's your staff member? Someone should be handing you a gavel.
They said if my head was hard enough to take care of that job.
Okay, I understand. Well, thank you all for coming. It's a pleasure for us to be here. President Antonucci, thank you. We can't accept your kind offer to wander the campus. We are going to meet all the way till 6 o'clock today. We have a very, very busy 3-part agenda, so thank you for hosting us. We have a lot of work to do. We can raise our hand too, right, board? Okay, we're all on this side of the room. We appreciate it. Thank you for having us. I do want to welcome Chris, especially. Chris is actually a role model and a mentor for me, someone who has really modeled how to go from a life in business in the private sector into the public sector and dedicate yourself to improving education, particularly public school education in the Commonwealth. It's something that I've tried to do and follow his lead, so I'm incredibly appreciative. And I think it's a great honor that both of us are serving in these roles now, and we do take it very seriously, even as we learn the formalities that go with it. It's also very important that we are doing this as a joint meeting. There is substance, which we'll get to very quickly, but there's also really important symbolism, because education is a lifelong adventure, but it's a critical continuum from very early years all the way through higher education. And we firmly believe that creating this pathway, creating the opportunities for young people to succeed in the Commonwealth and in the world requires many successful paths to get from early education, even before our role formally starts at elementary school, through college, to have the skills to succeed. And Massachusetts does a really good job offering that to lots of young people, but not to everyone. And we spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to do better, how to keep raising the standard, In many areas, Massachusetts does the best job in the country, but I'm heartened that all of our discussions are that we're not satisfied with that. We need to find a way to do even better, because the world gets to be a more and more complicated place, and that's what this board has dedicated itself to. I know it's what the Higher Ed Board works on, and together we'll try to find ways to collaborate more. And as you know from some of the biographies, there are some crossover members on these boards, so really many people have taken what they've learned in one place and transferred it to the next effort. So it's a pleasure for us to be here. It's also a pleasure for me to introduce the secretary who sits between us, someone I know that Chris and I have both learned a lot from as well, from his dedication to the issues, the tough issues of improving public education, particularly in Massachusetts. So it's my not just duty but pleasure to introduce and hand the mic to the Secretary of Education, Jim Pizer. And Jim, we're thrilled that the new governor appointed you to this role, and we take our lead from you.
Well, I'll hold you to that. Thank you.
It doesn't mean we agree all the time, though.
Oh, well then, forget it. So thank you for that kind introduction, and thanks to both Paul and Chris for co-chairing this meeting and for taking these leadership responsibilities. These are tremendously important boards. Their roles as chair are equally important in terms of ensuring that we are achieving the great aspirations that all of us at this table share. I think next time maybe we ought to sort of mix up the two boards just to really affirm the integration of these of our work. But I do just want to underline what both Chris and Paul have said, which is that the work of the boards individually is tremendously important and more than a full-time job. But nonetheless, this is a situation where the whole clearly must add up to more than the sum of the parts. And in my role as Secretary of Education, and more broadly the role of the Executive Office of Education, is to try to maximize the potential of all of the sectors of our public education system such that we are maximizing the opportunities and the outcomes for the children of the Commonwealth. And it's at the intersections and at the overlaps of these different systems where we tend to lose students, where we tend to lose value, and where the greatest opportunity is. So meetings like this are just tremendously important for us to achieve our aspirations and to really overcome the obstacles that have stood in the way of our achieving even greater success. And as you all know, we're sort of widely seen as the education state in the country. We're seen as a national and global leader. Yet there's so much more that we can do. We're leaving far too many children outside of the greatness, if you will, of this system and of this Commonwealth. And it's our collective responsibility to make sure that happens less and less, and that over time, all the children in the Commonwealth, all the young people and students, all the people who aspire to higher education and success in their careers can fulfill those aspirations. So thank you all for being here together collectively. There's a great deal of work that we have to do together both today and in the future, and I'm looking forward to it. And then finally, I do want to acknowledge President Antonucci. Bob and I overlapped when he was commissioner and I was a mere child serving on the Board of Education, what was then called the Board of Education. And he was a great leader at that time. He's a great leader now, and this university is a testament to that leadership. But in many ways, the work that all of us are doing now, the success that we've seen through education reform over the years is very much linked to the work that Bob did in his long career on behalf of the children of the Commonwealth. So thank you very much, Bob. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Secretary Pizer. Thank you for the opportunity to have this appointment. Paul, looking forward to figuring this out together with you. Thank you for your kind comments.
And maybe I'll let you sit next to each other next time.
Absolutely, absolutely. We look forward to that, and we'll mix up our boards next time. So I believe we now switch into or move into the core of the program, which is looking at dimensions of collaboration between the K-12 and higher education systems. And I believe Commissioners Freeland and Chester are leading this next part of the discussion, and we're doing it from that. Great. So as you make your way forward there, thank you very much for all the work you and your staffs have put together to lay out some of this material. And I know I'm looking forward at our board meeting, separate from the K-12 meeting after this, to beginning to discuss how we move forward further on some of these important initiatives.
Good morning. It's really neat to see the two boards together. We debated the setup here, and it was a kind of a trade-off of two poor choices, right? Either not being able to make eye contact with the two boards and face the audience, or have our back to the audience and be able to make eye contact with the two boards. So apologies to those who have our back to them. But it is really neat to see the two boards together. This is, I think, second or third time, at least third time, Maura tells me, that we've been together. And it is a tribute to the work that's happening between the two sectors, and the incredible collaboration that I've experienced with Commissioner Freeland in his role for higher education. And so we hope today that we'll give you a little bit of a taste. It won't be a particularly deep dive because there's a lot of work going on, but we want you to have a sense of the range of initiatives that are underway to knit the two sectors together to provide that seamless pathway so that we don't lose students at those junctures as they move through the system. I also want to give my regards to President Antonucci, who occupied my position a number of years back and who I turned to for advice as I was entering Massachusetts. I know that, now this is designed to be funny, just to let you know, for those who don't know me. I know that the president was happy to leave a job that was 7 days a week, 12 months a year, for a job that, what is higher ed, 3 days a week? Three days a week, 8 months a year, is it? Or, okay.
Snow days.
And I can't get away.
So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Freeland.
Mitchell, we spend 3 days a week looking after you guys, and then and then we have a full-time job trying to do our own work. So as Commissioner Chester said, we thought it would be useful as an introduction to this topic and appropriate at a joint board meeting to give both boards a kind of an overview of all the cross-sector collaboration that's going on before getting more deeply into one particular cross-sector collaboration, which is the PARCC collaboration, in the second half of the meeting. So the first part is going to take off from this this document, which I think you all have, this graphic, which is a. Does everybody have a copy of that? See what I'm talking about? It's labeled Summary Guide of DHE, DESE, P through 16 Collaboration. So this is the Chris Gabrielli Memorial Summary. As we were talking about the agenda for this meeting, Chairman Gabrielli said in that slightly offhand fashion, which I'm starting to get used to, hey, wouldn't it be a nice idea if we sort of had a chart that would summarize all the things that are going on? So 10 days and many, many hours later, Mr. Chairman, we have the Chris Gabrielli Memorial Summary, which, as you will see if you look at the right-hand side of this graphic, is a list of projects that are going on that involve collaboration of some form between the two sectors. It is not an exhaustive list, but it covers, we think, the main activities that we are working on together. And you will see that
the chart is organized, if you look down the left-hand side, you'll see that it organizes this work into three big buckets. One bucket is policy work, a second bucket is student experiences, and the third bucket is educator support. And then each of those large buckets are further categorized. This is just a way to make sense of all this stuff. Are further categorized into what we're calling contexts, which could easily have been called goals or purposes of the collaboration. So aligning expectations, advancing awareness and expectations under student experiences, and so on. And then each of the contexts or goal statements is further divided into the particular focus of the project, and those are listed under the focus column. And then you get to the projects themselves grouped in those categories and subcategories that I mentioned. So this is really intended to provide you with an overview. It does not make sense to us to try to walk through it in any way. It's intended to, first of all, as a takeaway so that people will have this. Secondly, as a prompt to any questions you might have looking at it for the first time that you might want to ask during the discussion period. Commissioner Chester and I will mention a couple of examples in each of the categories just to give you a flavor of this, and then not go on for too long about that, and invite comment and reaction. So this is work, yeah. So yeah, right. One of the examples of policy work is what's on this slide up here. You'll see it as under the where is it? Right in the middle, joint definition. In the middle of the second, right here in the middle of the second page, middle of the first page, joint definition of college and career readiness as an example of efforts to align K-12 and higher ed expectations. So what is this about? This actually is a useful example because it also links into the PARCC discussion that we will have in a few moments. One of the striking things about cross-sector collaboration or lack thereof has been that we have not historically had a shared definition of what college readiness means. So we have had our notions in higher education of what students ought to bring to us when they graduate from K-12, and K-12 has had its own standards, but that has not really been a cross-sector dialogue in any structured way, and lots of problems arise from that fact, as we see from the fact that so many students are meeting the MCAS standards for graduation and placing into remediation in college. So since one of the major goals of PARCC is to improve the alignment between the two systems, we started off with this effort to actually work together across the sector, cross-sectoral lines, to come up with a joint definition of college and career readiness, and it involved quite an elaborate process. We had a statewide PARCC coordinating council that looked at this. We had campus engagement groups on every campus that involved faculty and K through 12 colleagues from the districts where the campuses were located. And through an iterative process in which we produced drafts at the staff level, they were considered by the statewide council, then sent out to the campuses for discussion and amendment. Through 2 or 3 iterations like that, we worked our way toward this definition of college and career readiness, which has embedded in it standards of expectation in math and English, which relate specifically to the PARCC test, but which also make it clear that someone who's college and career ready has a much broader array of skills as characterized in those 3 categories, those 3, I guess they're trapezoids on their side, those 3 buckets of qualities. So this represented months of work but it became foundational for the whole discussion, which we will continue in the second half of this program on what should, on the PARCC expectations for college and career readiness. Second example I'm going to give is in the area of student experiences. This one, as I mentioned before, is broken down into activities that are intended to raise awareness of college and career opportunities, and activities which give students the opportunity to themselves make judgments about how well they are prepared. The Go Public initiative is really about awareness. It's about making high school students more familiar with the opportunities that public higher education holds for them. The way this works is that representatives of our public campuses visit high schools around the state. In the course of the year, this past year, we have visited in Worcester, Holyoke, New Bedford, Marblehead, Wellesley, Turners Falls, and Lawrence. Students are selected from the various colleges to talk to their high school students in those towns. We get very good turnouts from parents and high school students who are contemplating college, lots of back and forth between the college students who are making presentations and the students and families in the audience. The picture on that graphic is when Governor Baker came to the Go Public event up in Marblehead. We had hundreds and hundreds of families and students there, and a very lively discussion, all for the point of helping young people think about what college might involve and what opportunities are available in the public sector. So those are just two examples of the kind of projects, one from the policy arena and one from the student experience arena.
So, and just for the board's information, you have a copy of the slides. It's near the bottom of the packet of background materials that are in front of you. We may actually have changed the order of a couple of these, but you have all the slides that you'll be seeing on the screen. Continuing with examples, a little bit of a drill down to give you a taste of a couple of the projects represented, first from the policy arena and again from the student experiences. Richard talked about the Go Public events. I'm going to talk briefly about the early college design programs that exist in Massachusetts, and there are quite a few of these, and they come in a number of varieties, and there are quite a few folks sitting on these boards who know more than I know about this work. So I'm going to ask you to join in when we get to the discussion part of this. But there are a number of initiatives underway in the Commonwealth to create a pathway where students experience an articulated, coordinated set of expectations and experiences as they move through the middle grades, into the high school grades, into post-secondary and workforce experiences, career development experiences as well. Sometimes these are called early college high schools. They're pathways initiatives. They come under a variety. Dual enrollment initiatives represent some of these. But they're an attempt to provide students with a coordinated and systematic, very deliberate progression of experiences and education that leads them not only through their academics and prepares them well for post-secondary expectations, but also provides them with a leg up on thinking about careers, thinking about career pathways, thinking about preparation for careers, and actually securing some workforce experience. Some of our vocational technical high schools have been very deliberate about this. Sheila Harity sits on the higher ed board and led tremendous work at Worcester Votech High School, Worcester Technical High School in this regard. I know Nancy Hoffman, Maura Bantha, I mean, just a bunch of people sitting at the table. Margaret's been involved in this work. We have a number of what we call pathway initiatives, and Nancy may want to elaborate that in the discussion, elaborate on that. We have 3 areas where we're trying to, again, provide students with an experience, one leading to health careers, one leading to IT careers, and one leading to advanced manufacturing careers. There's one drill down that I'll do to try and make this a little more concrete for you. There's a marvelous program at Marlboro High School, Pathway Initiative, that I've visited, that is designed to provide students with an experience in engineering, design and engineering, and it's aimed at students who are not the star academic students. And each year they've added another class. So I believe at this year they're now up to the junior class is the lead class that's moving through in this. And I've visited and looked at the projects that students work on. It brings together their math skills, their science skills. They have to do a design project. They have to get into marketing. They have to use IT skills to design a website, to display their product. They have to do budgeting to figure out a business plan for their project. Really a neat kind of experience. And engaged with them is a higher ed institution, and I think Framingham State is involved with them in this particular project, as well as a number of cutting edge businesses who come to the school and then bring students into the workplace. So again, an example of a class of initiatives that we call early college designs. The next piece that I'm going to share with you to give you a flavor once again of the cross-sector collaboration comes from the final bucket, the last page of the large sheet, which is educator support. And this is around sharing data and information in an effort to give our high schools as well as our colleges the kinds of tools and information that will allow them to be deliberate in ensuring that students are getting the experiences they need to be successful as they move through high school and then move into either college or career. We have a project where we are systematically looking at where students end up after high school. We call it Edwin, and there's a number of analytic components to the Edwin project. Today I'm focused on the school to college reports that are generated, and as any member of the public can drill into these reports, you enter it from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's website. Our homepage has a DART, D-A-R-T, link that will take you to the analytic tools that are available. And you can look at information for any school district as well as for any high school in the state around questions of what happens to graduates of this institution or this education district. You can ask questions like, how many graduates go on to post-secondary education? What type of institutions do they attend? What are the enrollment rates of students who complete Mass Core or AP coursework compared to those who don't? What is the post-secondary experience of students from a specific subgroup? You can look at what happens to ELL students, students with disabilities. You can look at persistence beyond high school, whether or not students not only enroll, but do they persist to a degree, a 2-year degree, a 4-year degree. And in fact, one of the background pieces, again, I think all of you have this, are some of the data elements for all of the districts in the state from that post-secondary report. This is around the number and percentage of students who end up taking a remedial or developmental course once they graduate high school. These are students who have met the high school graduation requirements, but then end up in our public post-secondary campuses in a remedial course. Do we know if folks have this? You should have this in front of you as well. And this is this is actually a good bridge for the discussion that's coming up around PARCC. But I think this is the right point to pause for a minute. We've covered a lot of ground, haven't gone into depth, Mr. Chairman, but tried to give the two boards a flavor of the breadth and range of projects and initiatives that are underway to provide a very thoughtful set of experiences for students as they move up through the system and graduate from high school. So I think it's time to pause and see what kind of discussion.
Yes, we've left a little bit of time before the second part for any comments, questions, observations that people would like to make. Just eyeballing this chart, we understand it's a lot. Yes, did someone have a...
Donald?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with your data, it's just for the public institutions in Massachusetts as far as how many students are taking remedial courses when they move on to post-secondary education. Do we know what percentage of students are choosing to go to public universities versus private universities or colleges?
Yes, 70% of the graduates, 70+% of the graduates of our public high schools in Massachusetts who go to college in Massachusetts go to one of our public institutions. And 50% of the students who graduate from our public high schools and go to college anywhere in the country go to one of our public institutions.
And does our data follow all public institutions out of state as well, or just for in-state?
That 50% wouldn't, no, the 50% is 50% of students who go to any institution, public or private, anywhere in the country,
So we
go
don't
to
track-
one of the Massachusetts public campuses.
So we don't track those students?
Pardon me?
We don't track those 50% of students then?
The 50% who go out as,
Yeah, we don't track as far as if they take remedial courses or not?
no, I do not believe we have that data. This is about the students who attend our public campuses. Nancy?
So I wanted to just say thank you to both of you for bringing to light the work that's being done on early college designs, and in particular, thank you to Keith Westrich, who leads the College and Career Ready unit at DESE. He's been a great leader in doing this work. I wanted to just add a couple of comments, Mitchell. I think you've learned pretty much, but there are a few pieces missing. I think the main thing that's missing is that many of these, except connecting activities, the main goal of these early college programs is for students to get college credit while they're still in high school. And that's really the key to why we're doing this and why it's important, because as we think about the remediation rates that we need to really reduce in the Commonwealth, our data from now over 10 years of doing this work across the country tells us that if you complete college math and college English while you're still in high school, you're off to a great start in post-secondary. So without very much by way of financial resources, except for some federal grants and a little bit of money here and there from the departments, a number of high schools with their post-secondary public partners, including actually a couple of privates as well, have been having students who are ready move on to college courses as while they're still in high school. So that means both we have a laboratory going to see how well the curriculum is aligned, because if you take 11th grade high school math and then move into a first year college course, the faculty will know something about how well those expectations are aligned. Secondly, it really is in keeping with the trend nationally for competency-based education. In other words, why should you wait in high school when we know you're going on to post-secondary if you can very easily take advantage of a course in your local community or four-year college? The final thing I wanted to just say about this is that the program that Commissioner Chester mentioned at Marlborough is one of several, but that one has really taken off, and I think they have about 600 students now. This is not a little boutique program. starts in middle school. We are bringing visitors there from across the country now to take a look, and companies like Boston Scientific and PTC are engaged in working with the school and the teachers so that the teachers learn about the world of work, which they're not familiar with either. So I just wanted to make those comments. I'd be happy to answer further questions, but it's been a great collaboration. What we need is, we're one of the few states in the United States without a dual enrollment policy. So we're thrilled that the line item is bigger for next year for dual enrollment, but most states really encourage this kind of acceleration, and they do it in a sustainable way.
More, Amanda?
Thank you. So I just want to start. It's hard to follow Nancy, but I want to say this is a terrific chart. As someone who's known both commissioners and worked with both of you for many years, it's kind of all here. I'm thinking, God, this helps my memory. There it is. There it is. None of this cross collaboration would happen unless the alignment was addressed first. Yeah. And since Commissioner Friedland, or since both of you focused on college and career, I want to make just a few comments there as well. As far as I'm concerned, and I work in this in my job at IBM as well, this is an issue of global competitiveness. If we don't get this right, because other parts of the Western Europe have gotten it right, we will continue to slide as a nation. It's also an issue of the opportunity agenda. Students should, as Nancy said, be allowed to pace themselves, and the system shouldn't pace their learning. It's a matter of success for the U.S. economy or a lack of alignment with today's labor market statistics. So it all comes together. I have seen the difference, and Nancy has as well, and so many others here, that exposing students to more rigorous work earlier in their life makes. It actually changes their mental attitude, it changes their trajectory, it changes their parent attitude, it changes the whole dynamic. It takes kids who would be in remediation into full credit-bearing courses. The last thing I'll say is thank you, Secretary Pizer, for the increased funding for dual enrollment, but keep the pressure on there because that is very important, and there's some small states, one right near us, that are trying to fund universal dual enrollment. And then also pay attention to reauthorization of Perkins as the law that would help to look at the career and technical education system and figure out, are we in the right finance, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, IT sectors? So I'm thrilled to see this chart with all the policy and program agendas. I'm thrilled to see the emphasis today on college and career readiness.
Thank you. Other questions? Fernando?
Yeah, thank you very much for an excellent report and for a wonderful chart that tells us all the things that are going on connecting the two sectors. The chart makes visible the tremendous opportunity that lies in education preparation as a way to really equip the teaching force in the state with the capabilities to deliver on the ambitions that are reflected in our new standards for college and career readiness and so on. And I see here that there are two items under policy work and then one item under educator preparation, but it would seem to me that this is an area that would benefit from sustained attention from both boards, from definite collaboration among them to essentially equip the teachers in the state with the skills that help us deliver on the promises of these new expectations. In some ways, it seems to me we need for teacher preparation something like the Vision Project, which I think has been a remarkable instrument to help us clearly define expectations, develop metrics, and actually bring the institutions into an integrated system. And with 80 institutions involving teacher preparation, it's going to take determined effort of both of these boards and the departments to actually help develop a common vision and practices that reflect that vision.
Thank you, Fernando. Other observations, questions, comments? Yes, Vanessa.
Good morning. I echo the comments of previous board members in terms of how helpful this chart really is. And the comment that I have is that despite all these efforts, too many of our students in higher education and public colleges and universities are still taking remedial courses when they start their college career, and that has a detrimental effect in terms of their persistency in college and their completion of college. So can you talk a little bit about what of the initiatives here in the chart are geared to that particular issue?
The Board of Higher Education and the Department of Higher Education has been greatly focused on this issue. In some ways, it's the most significant issue we face because we know that if students start college in remediation, their likelihood of ever finishing is small. About 1 in 4 students who takes even one remedial course ever completes a college degree. So the fact that such a large percentage of students are starting out in remediation and such a small percentage of those who start out in remediation succeed in college has led the Board of Higher Education to think that it's time for a fresh look at how we do remediation and how we do placement into remediation. So last year, the Board of Higher Education adopted a policy, really a permissive policy, to invite experimentation by the different public campuses with alternative ways of placing students into credit-bearing instruction or remediation. We had been using on every campus a widely used placement test called AccuPlacer. And if you got below a certain score on AccuPlacer, you were in remediation. There is a fair amount of evidence around the country that there are better ways to determine whether students are college ready than AccuPlacer, the most prominent one being high school achievement, high school GPA, or high school GPA combined with math or English GPA or SAT, some combination of these things. So we invited the campuses to experiment with different placement methods to determine, is there a better way to do this? Most of our campuses took the board up on that and are doing some alternative to AccuPlacer, although significant subset, I think 7 or 8, are still doing AccuPlacer. We're going to have a report at the PHE meeting on this that follows, but the most prominent model was to use high school GPA, and we set a level of 2.7 as perhaps an ideal high school GPA to allow students to go directly into credit-bearing instruction. And so a number of campuses did that, and the board will hear a report later on today that shows that campuses that placed students into credit-bearing instruction based on a 2.7 high school GPA and not an AccuPlacer, that those students succeeded at exactly the same rates in freshman level credit-bearing instruction as students who were placed into it by AccuPlacer. So it demonstrates, at least in a very preliminary way, we just have 1 semester's worth of data. But I think this is something that we need to spend a bit more time with to determine is there truly a better way than using AccuPlacer. But I think the early returns are that perhaps we can get more students into credit-bearing instruction sooner without subjecting them to being over their heads in the work. So all of that to say, we're very focused on this issue, and we think we see some pathways forward. Yes,
James?
Pam?
For Penny?
I yield to Penny, and then
I actually did serve on a little committee for the Board of Higher Ed that looked at this math remediation problem in math, and also suggested various different models of how to run remedial courses so that kids got through them more quickly and with a higher likelihood of success. However, looking at this question of how do we tweak what kids are placed where and how do we improve remediation, I have to come back to endorsing the early college design models. If you think about it, the best way of showing that you're ready for college work is by doing college work. And when a kid in math between 9th and 10th grade is ready for a higher level math, we just enroll them in a higher level course. The fact that we can't do that between 12th and 13th grade is our problem, not their problem. And I think we need to really look at many different models, including just taking the content of, as much as possible, taking the content of a first-year college math course, credit bearing, and offering it to as many kids in high school as possible. The fact that only 3% of kids have that opportunity now, again, is our problem, not their problem.
Yes, expanding the dual enrollment program has been one of the top priorities of the Board of Higher Education for the last several budget seasons, but we've
Just
not.
wanted to say we on this board agree.
Well, we need to approach the legislature together then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, I'm very interested in this 100 Males to College pilot. Says here that it was initiated in January. How is it going? And then my second question is, one of the challenges of high schoolers going on and taking remedial courses is the cost of it. And so what efforts are being made to mitigate those costs to students?
On the 100 Males to College, the person who's overseeing that project is here, Carlos Santiago. Maybe, Carlos, I'd invite you just to say a couple of words about the 100 Males to College initiative.
Sure, I'm delighted to report on the project. It involves the community of Springfield School District, 3 institutions, Westfield State, Springfield Tech, and UMass Amherst. And they have identified from the school district 100 students of color, low-income males, and have begun building bridge programs for them, finding financial support either through the CDEP program or other scholarship initiatives. The department has funded mentoring activities at those 3 institutions. Thursday, we're going for the first mentoring professional development at those institutions. We're very excited about the project. We want to expand the project, and we want to monitor these 100 students very well. The community support for this has been significant.
The second part of your question, what are we doing to lower the financial barrier to attending college? Well, I think there are 2 parts of that. One is keeping the cost of college down. The other is generating more scholarship support. Our public campuses are working very hard to restrain cost increases in the form of fee increases. We have a major initiative across the system to achieve heightened efficiencies in order to reduce costs. That is having an impact, and quite honestly, campuses are absorbing additional costs in order to keep costs down. But I think the most striking thing here is the need for a stronger state role in scholarships. The biggest scholarship program that we operate is called MAS Grant. It's our need-based program. Massachusetts, the value of our average need-based grant right now, which has declined dramatically over the last 15 or 20 years. The state currently ranks 46th in the country in terms of the dollar value of our need-based grant. It's one of the more troubling statistics. When I was working at the University of Massachusetts in the 1980s, the average MAS grant that we were able to give covered about 80% of the cost of attending a public institution. Today it covers about 7%. It's become a marginal contributor to covering the cost. So we must recover the scholarship budget if we're really going to continue to provide access. Maybe take one more and then move on to the second part.
Sorry, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were talking down here a little bit about the numbers that are reflective of associate's degrees or 2-year colleges, and particularly people that go in to a 2+2 type program. And how do you track that sort of statistic through these figures, really, in terms of efficacy of the K-12 model?
How do we track the efficacy of...
Are the numbers here, for instance, are these inclusive of the associate's degree folks as well?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yes. And then we do track them across the boundary between the 2-year institutions and the 4-year institutions as well.
Thank you, Mary Ann Stewart. I just had a quick question, slightly related to that, about the pathways that exist for community college to higher ed, public four-year colleges and universities, and also, I guess, through beginning at 12th grade through community colleges, and what are the pathways and linkages, and also if you could say anything regarding transition programs that are in place along that way.
Yes, the pathway between two-year and four-year institution has been one of the more vexed issues, I think, in higher education policy. Over the years, the central issue here is credit transfer. As students move from a two-year institution to a four-year institution, can they carry those credits, or what percentage of the credits that they've earned in the two-year system can they carry forward to the four-year institutions? And we've had, quite frankly, a very uneven pattern where decisions are made campus by campus by campus, and even department by department by department, and even faculty member by faculty member by faculty member. So there has been no coherence or consistency, and a lot of frustrations for students. But we are involved in a major initiative right now to change all that. We now have in place a standard transfer block for general education courses. So if students take a certain set of courses, they are guaranteed that they will transfer as a block and meet general education requirements at a four-year institution. And for the last 2 years, we've been working on major credits. This year, we will complete what we call core pathways, core programs in 6 large majors, such that if students take those 6 courses at any one of our community colleges, those 6 courses will all transfer into that major at any four-year institution. We intend to do this at 10 additional majors next year, and I think, Carlos, by the time we get to the end of next year, we'll have covered, what, 70% or so? Right. And then we have some cleanup work to do after that. So it's a good question, but I think we're on the way to a fix.
So I know that we need to move on to the next segment. One comment I'd like to make, though, in wrapping up, besides thanking you, and having a spreadsheet named after me is quite an honor. Thank you very much. But thank you for the work that went into assessing it. I do think, it's not something I've had a chance to talk about with Paul, but I do think that if we believe several elements on that matrix are really important, and I certainly do, and I think based on the reaction of members of both boards, I think others do, I think it's incumbent on us to think about how do we set some real goals? How would we know a year from now, if we meet here or another campus, that we made any progress? What should the goals be? So I too was struck by the 3% number on the early college side, and in the absence of any specific target, is that an acceptable outcome for next year? Should it be? What should it be? And I think it's something that at least we could talk about subsequent to this meeting, about the feasibility of the staffs working together as well as the boards. But from my perspective, I'd hate to be here a year from now with a little more experience and feel like I have no idea whether we set some realistic goals or whether we made them. And in some cases, in particular on this dual enrollment issue, the reality is the Commonwealth is paying on both sides of the ledger, and it's not obvious to me that the only solution is incremental money. I realize that the question of whose ox is gored would rear its head, but if we're not going to be honest about that in a joint session of the two boards to say that student's taking that math course, whether it's a high school course or a college course, is just one student taking just one course, funded either way by the taxpayers. And so incremental money may be crucial to incent change, but it's not obvious to me that one should have to pay sort of a third time, because technically that student's neither a high school or college student. And I'm not just trying to channel the energy of the governor's commitments about using resources more wisely. I just think it's self-evident that in the absence of a different strategy, we're not necessarily going to get the incremental finances to help a lot more students do this dual enrollment. So I would challenge us to ask ourselves, at least to make transparent publicly, if that's the main block, what specifically is that block, and what has anyone done anywhere else to make the money follow the student? Because ultimately, I mean, your point, I believe, Maura, was that the learning should follow the student, and that to some level that means the money needs to follow the students to not be redundant. So That's a lot of words from me, but I would hope we could think about how we set some objective goals for next year, and to the extent that there are some policy barriers to achieving this greater integration, let's at least name them publicly, and put them on the table for what could be done, rather than, be a little embarrassed that it's a little ungenteel to call out money in particular, which is always the least genteel and the most important topic.
So thank you both and your teams for pulling together the excellent summary, so we really can understand the things that are working and the opportunities for growth. I want to say that we're 69 minutes into Chris's term, so I think we need to rename the document. Memorial both overstates his contributions and overstates his demise. So it's probably the honorary Chris Gabrielli spreadsheet, at least for today. I also want to say that I think it's really important that you keep holding this up and showing us where we're not doing a good enough job, because these are frightening statistics that represent young people, and I'd say on behalf of the elementary and secondary board, I think in schools, it indicates we're not doing our job yet for enough kids. There are frightening numbers of young people who we are delivering unprepared to do the work, and we will work on doing better.
We lose about half.
Yeah.
We
And
lose
that's
about half the
and
students.
That's pretty scary. I'd also just want to remind us how important language is, especially when we get process and bureaucratic about it. So remedial may be the right term of art, but saying remedial to a 17 or an 18-year-old is pretty discouraging. And I want us to balance wanting to hold up the facts and raise their standards, but also remember, and I was struck by just an experience in Florence, which we've all been looking to lately for an example of some excellent work, and they're running Saturday, holiday, and summer academies. And they just happen to make them open to everybody, but invite the kids who need it most first. And they now have an interesting rising criticism from the families of kids who don't need it, who want to know why they can't get in, because there's not enough space. So I think we can do both, ask more of our schools and our kids, and then also make it really attractive to be there as opposed to discouraging. I don't think changing the name alone takes that statistic down. I want to be honest about that. We have to expect more, but we can do both together, and it's really important. So we should move to the second topic. I don't know how you're going to transition, commissioners, but we have for several decades held very high standards and expected that our students wouldn't pass from high school to post-secondary education without demonstrating certain levels of proficiency. And now we have in front of us a question of whether that measure is satisfactory and can we do better. That's something that is important to both boards. Certainly will fall to this board first to make some decisions this year. So we really welcome the opportunity to get both of your thoughts and the staff thoughts on this question of PARCC and really whether we're preparing young people for college.
Actually, your comments, Chair Segman, are an excellent transition, and you're setting a great model for the newest chair of the higher ed board in those comments. Why don't we put up slide 8, because I want to build on Chair Segman's comments.
Commissioner Chester, can I just, it's Paul Toner over here. We're over here on this side of the room, and we can't hear well unless you speak really into the microphone. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, Paul. So slide 8, just to build on.
Mitchell, this says 9. Is that the one you want?
This is the one I want.
Okay.
We may have switched the order of some of these slides. You have it in your deck. Commissioner Freeland mentioned that 50% of students who go to college in our high school graduates who go to college in Massachusetts go to our public campuses. 70%. He also mentioned that depending on the year, between a third and sometimes as high as almost 40% of those students end up being placed in at least one non-credit bearing course. Whether we call it remedial or developmental, those nomenclatures are used, but students are taking that course in college either 2 or 4-year college, and they're not getting credit toward a degree in that course. And the commissioner further mentioned that the statistics show that if you take at least one developmental course, one non-credit bearing course, your likelihood of getting to degree status is cut by to a fourth. The piece of that statistic that doesn't quite capture the impact of this is that when you look at our 4-year campuses versus our 2-year campuses, there's a huge disparity. So in our 2-year campuses, it is 2 out of 3 students coming out of our high schools who are placed in at least one non-credit bearing course. And if you know who's going to our 2-year campuses, you've got a fuller picture of what's happening to students who are more likely to be first-generation college, more likely to come out of our urban districts, more likely to be from low-income families, more likely to be students of color, who are failing at incredible rates when they show up in our campuses. And that's one of the pieces that we have our eye on as we thought about our next generation assessment. The MCAS has served us incredibly well as a Commonwealth and has been a tremendous driver, I would argue, and have argued. The MCAS is in its 18th year. And the MCAS, particularly in the high school component of it, was designed to be an exit exam out of high school, designed to target 10th grade standards, not designed to be a signal or a certification of whether or not a young person is ready for college level work or ready for what employers expect of that young person. That wasn't part of the design of the test. And in fact, a lot of people who look at that test would argue that at best it's maybe expecting students to demonstrate 8th grade competence in terms of the curriculum. So as we, and if you go to the next slide, as we upgraded our curriculum frameworks, our curriculum standards, and I'm using a lot of the jargon of this field, assuming that the members of the 2 boards are familiar with some of these terms, which is industry standard to periodically update, refine, evaluate your expectations for student learning. And we went through a process that began probably around 2008 of upgrading our English language arts and math curriculum frameworks. We're now far into upgrading our science curriculum frameworks. And as that was happening, we watched this multi-state effort called the Common Core effort unfold. So we deliberately synchronize our timeline for upgrading our standards with this multi-state effort and ended up incorporating the Common Core standards into our new frameworks in 2010. In 2010, the State Board voted to incorporate those standards and voted to convene panels of educators to, in fact, augment those standards to make sure they fully reflected Massachusetts' expectations. And so by the end of 2010, we had those new standards adopted. So we now have a new set of expectations. Part of that development effort was to be deliberate as you move up the grades to what evidence we have for what employers and what higher ed expects if you're going to be ready for a credit-bearing course or if you're going to be ready for what employers expect in the area of literacy, reading, writing, and in the area of mathematics. So this is about academic preparation. There's a lot of other factors that go into whether you're prepared to succeed beyond academic preparation. But if you're not prepared, if you don't have the literacy skills, if you don't have the thinking skills, if you don't have the analytic skills, if you don't have the math skills, then regardless of everything else you bring to the table, you're going to be limited in your options. So we now had, as of 2010, a revised set of expectations for learning, the curriculum frameworks in English language arts and math, and an assessment that was not aligned to that. We actually tried to upgrade the Massachusetts assessment, MCAS, In 2008, 2009, we rebid the contract and expected much of what is part of this PARCC assessment to be part of our new MCAS. We expected to go online. We expected it to have more open-ended, more kinds of items and tasks where students had to produce, had to evaluate, had to explain their reasoning in writing, had to apply their math skills, less of selecting responses and so forth. And in fact, we awarded a contract that would have allowed us to do that development were it not for the downturn in the economy and the fact that state budgets were cut from that point forward. Our assessment budget among them cut, and so we could only hold on to the core MCAS, assessment as it existed given the budget. So we worked with a coalition of states, a consortium of states referred to as PARCC, Partnership for the Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers. We were successful in securing a substantial federal grant, almost roughly $180 million to develop a next generation assessment. We've been very much in the lead in that development. As a state, both Commissioner Freeland and I are part of the governance and part of the leadership of that governance of the multiple states, and have made sure that Massachusetts' needs for a next generation assessment are what's driving the development that's been done. So today's presentation is designed to give you an overview of what's coming at you, because you have some important decisions to make. You will be making a decision first and foremost as to whether or not PARCC is the right next generation assessment for Massachusetts. The jury's out. We deliberately chose a 2-year path to try this test out. We're in the second year of that 2-year tryout. We have about half of the school districts in the state are administering this new PARCC assessment. About half of the school districts in the state are administering our legacy MCAS assessment. And we're gathering feedback from those, from districts and administrators and students and teachers who are experiencing the test to better understand their perceptions on it. In fact, the state board's going to be holding 5 public sessions. The first is this afternoon to get input from people. But in the fall, the State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education will have to make a decision on whether or not to adopt PARCC and sunset our legacy test, or whether or not PARCC has not measured up, has not met our expectations for what a next generation test should be, and that we need to go back to plan B of how do we upgrade our current test. Slide 10 up on the screen here gives you just some of the features of the development project. It's designed, again, to be aligned to our frameworks. Much more emphasis on reasoning, critical thinking, designed to be an articulated assessment where students at any grade level will have a pretty accurate signal about what their readiness for success at the next grade level. As you move up from elementary grades to middle grades, as you move from middle grades to high school, and as you move from high school to college or the world of work. My best guess is that, going back to my earlier comments, very few of our high school graduates who are matriculating in our public campuses and are being placed in those non-credit bearing courses expected to be placed in those non-credit bearing courses. They did everything we asked of them as they moved through the system. They passed their course requirements, they met their curriculum requirements, they passed the MCAS, they met the standards that we set on the MCAS, and as far as they knew, they did what the system expected of them. They did not get very clear signals out of the system about their likely readiness as they moved up the grades and as they left high school for whether they were likely ready for what colleges or employers expect. So I'm going to stop at that point and give it to Richard. And by the way, I want to introduce Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson, Deputy Commissioner, and one of Jeff's responsibilities is to oversee the PARCC implementation.
Just a quick word about why this is so significant to higher education. We've touched on this before. The agenda for public higher education is to get more students over the finish line. This is critical for the well-being of the students. I think we all know that if you don't have a college degree of some sort today, your likelihood of being able to support your family and leading a middle-class life is not very great. So delivering on that promise of higher education is an incredibly important goal for us. It's also an important state policy goal because Massachusetts depends on the educational level of our workforce. We have the most knowledge-dependent economy in the country. We have the highest percentage of jobs that require some form of post-secondary credential for employment in the country. And we are underproducing college graduates in many current fields, particularly the technological fields, the rapid growth fields. I see Tom Hofcraft nodding here. We're simply not graduating enough people to meet the needs of our employers today, and we have projected that with the declining number of 18-year-olds in the population over the next decade or so, that gap is likely to grow wider between the number of graduates we produce and the needs of the economy and the workforce. So our goal is to get more students across the finish line, and for all the reasons that we have talked about today, the alignment between high school expectations and college expectations is a critical piece in our achieving that goal. The fact that such a large percentage of students who do everything that's expected of them in high school, when they come into our system, place into developmental education, is an indication of just how weak that alignment has been. And so finding a better way to do that so that more of our students enter college ready to do college level work is absolutely essential to us. We don't think we can succeed in what we need to do for the state and for young people if we don't get this problem fixed.
Slide now numbered 13. I think it's, I'm not sure if it's numbered that on your sheet. Both boards have a role in the decision making here, and this chart is designed to give you a sense of, first column elementary and secondary, second column higher ed, of the role of the two boards. As we said, one of the things that's been unique about the PARCC project is the involvement of higher ed in this project. It's been a very systematic involvement of higher ed in thinking through particularly what the high school end of this work should be measuring and should be asking students to be prepared for. As I said, in first row in 2010, we adopted the frameworks. That was the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. Higher Ed has been a tremendous partner, and the Higher Ed Board in aligning some of the admissions requirements and new standards in our educator preparation programs. The second row is the joint work that the Commissioner mentioned, where we jointly developed this definition of college and career readiness. The third row is the development of the PARCC assessments, which again has involved Massachusetts educators and department staff from both higher ed and K-12 as well. The State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education will be looking at a decision in this fall on adoption of PARCC or continuation of MCAS. Following that, if PARCC is the decision, then we have to turn to the competency determination, the requirement for getting out of high school and how PARCC plays into that. And then finally, should the state decide to adopt PARCC, the higher ed board then has to make a determination on whether and what credential to honor in terms of a student's performance on the PARCC assessment, signaling that they are in fact ready for a credit-bearing course when they enroll in higher education.
I would just say to narrow the focus for the Board of Higher Education in terms of the decision that we will need to make in the fall, it's whether the 11th grade standard on the PARCC test is sufficient for us to be confident that that student can do credit-bearing work in college. So the decision that the Board of Higher Education will need to make has to do with the 11th grade PARCC standard. PARCC standard will have, the PARCC system would have standards for going back to 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, but the 11th grade standard is the one that the Board of Higher Education will solely be concerned with, and the question will be, are we confident that a student who meets the PARCC standard for 11th grade work can do college level work and therefore should be placed directly into credit-bearing instruction without testing and without remediation. I should note that that standard is not intended to be a high school graduation standard. That is an entirely different question. The question is, the goal of the PARCC 11th grade standard is, are you college and career ready?
Yeah, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff in a second.
Mitchell?
Yes.
The mic.
Sorry.
Keep moving.
Keep moving. Yeah, just a couple comments on this. Gets pretty weedy pretty quickly, but it's a major policy decision on these two boards that you're facing here, and pretty consequential because it is, not to overstate it, but it's a pretty momentous decision point for the Commonwealth. We've got an outstanding track record under our current system with our current testing program and the standards that we've developed. So deciding to go to a next generation needs to be done with incredible deliberation, which is, again, what we're trying to bring to you is the work that's come up to this point, the work that you're going to experience in the next few months, and the decision points that you're going to be asked to hit. I want to say one thing about this notion of a college-ready standard. There's a lot of debate in the policy circles about what it means to be ready for college level work. A lot of debate about whether entry-level credit-bearing courses are sufficiently rigorous or not. We are talking here about entry-level credit-bearing courses because we feel that is where we're falling down for too many students, and too many of those are students who most need to be successful in college, students from urban areas, students from low-income backgrounds, etc. For a student who wants to be an engineer or a chemist or a mathematician, they should be well beyond the standards for an entry-level credit-bearing course. So I want to be clear about that in regard to this decision making. The other point I want to make is that part of the design here, and we've yet to, the evidence will tell us whether we're successful or not, is that as students move up through the grades, they'll have a signal early enough in their education as to whether or not they're on track toward that 11th grade standard, so that they don't get to 11th grade and it's simply a post-mortem on whether they've succeeded in the previous 11 years. That as they move through elementary into the middle grades, and as they move from middle grades into the high school grades, they'll have signals from the assessment as to whether or not, as they move up, they are in fact hitting benchmarks that signal likely success at the next level. And therefore, if they're not hitting those benchmarks, they would have the opportunity to redress that, to rethink courses they need to take, to get extra help, support, etc. Jeff Wilson's going to take you through now the timeline and some of the documentation that's going to be shared with you over the next few months to help inform the decisions that are coming at you.
Jeff, will you do it in 5 minutes?
I will, Mr. Chairman. My board knows I can talk very fast. The Commissioner's already talked about much of the timeline, so I'm just going to give you a status report on the testing, where we are. It's a 2-year test drive. We gave field tests last year, samples to sample questions to sample schools. We did not issue student results or school level results. We were really sort of testing the test. This spring is the first full operational administration of the PARCC test here in Massachusetts and in the other PARCC consortium states. More than 5 million students have taken the PARCC test so far this year. In Massachusetts, because we have not made a final decision yet, districts were given the option of administering either MCAS or PARCC in grades 3 through 8. And we had slightly more than half of our districts select PARCC. The others gave MCAS. We were pleased with that because that's going to give us a good data set to compare. The testing window, the PARCC is divided into 2 components: a performance-based assessment in early spring that includes a lot of the longer open-ended responses, questions that take more time to score, and then an end-of-year component that comes closer to the end of the coursework at the end of the school year. We have just finished the testing window for the first part, the performance-based assessment. I can tell you that it was not flawless, but it was surprisingly smooth for a new test being administered at such a large scale. We had in Massachusetts about 135,000 students taking the online version of PARCC and another 115,000 students taking the paper version of PARCC. Most of these were in K through 8. We did not require high schools to give it since they're still giving MCAS as our competency determination, but a number of high schools did volunteer to give it at the high school level, and so we had a few thousand students taking it there. Again, a handful of glitches, both on the technology side and with some of the paper forms, but relatively few in comparison to what we were concerned it might be. The PARCC team, the National PARCC team, and our testing contractor were very responsive to all of the problems and were able to resolve them quickly. We're obviously now gathering systematically a lot of survey input from school administrators and from students on their experiences with the test. But in general, we were pretty pleased. In terms of participation, we were also very pleased. A lot of publicity about people refusing to take the test. It's been a problem in other states. I'm pleased to report it was not a problem here in Massachusetts. The number of students who were supposed to take the test and didn't take it was a little bit higher than we typically experience with MCAS. Typically runs about 1%. This may have been around 2%, but we think that the vast majority of students who were scheduled to take the test, at least from the online version that we can measure right away, have taken it. So we were pleased at that. The results of the tests will be coming back from the testing contractor this summer. The consortium states will be meeting to review the results and to set the cut scores by which we categorize student performance into the 5 performance levels, and all that will take place before the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education's vote this fall on whether PARCC should be adopted. If the board does vote to adopt PARCC, then we would administer PARCC K through 8 in all of our districts as our state assessment next spring of 2016. The one exception, as Commissioner mentioned, is for high school students. where it's a high-stakes test. The 10th grade test will continue to be MCAS at least through the class of 2019. That ensures that current students will not have a new test put on them just as they're trying to get their competency determination, and it will also ensure that we have time to think through how the competency determination should be applied to the new assessment. I won't go into detail on the next few slides, but this gives you an overview in your packet on the criteria that we'll be using to evaluate PARCC and the evidence that we will have. We're looking at the quality, the rigor, and the efficacy of the test. These are the kinds of things that we will be looking at, the quality of the items, test administration problems, how the online and paper versions compare, how the accessibility features work for students with disabilities. In terms of rigor, we want to make sure the test measures the full range of student performance and provides comparable and valid results compared to other national and international benchmarking tests. And we also want to make sure that this is a useful test for teachers. It's not only our summative state test, but we also want to make sure that it provides information to schools and to teachers that help inform instruction in the classroom. This is just a sampling of some of these studies, many studies that are either underway or will be completed before next fall. Some of them are being done nationally, either by the PARCC Consortium itself or by various educational research organizations. Commissioner Friedland will say a few words about the Higher Education Faculty Judgment Study. We are certainly doing our own surveys at the department. Business groups such as MES, Business Alliance for Education, recently issued a report, Teach Plus, the Rennie Center. Many groups are looking at this from many different perspectives, and all that information will be brought before the board to help you in your decision.
I'll just briefly say the faculty judgment study involved the fact that 30 faculty members from our public campuses in Massachusetts and 300 faculty members from participating PARCC states who had been involved in PARCC over the years actually took the PARCC test within the last several months. And I've had a chance to sit down with them. We're still kind of processing the information. The one thing that seems quite clear from
Okay. Update on Park. So we had fourth of our fifth hearing. Maybe a brief update. I will say we had another very interesting meeting last night. For those of you who were not in attendance, I would say in some ways, you know, it was very similar to the pattern of the prior three. Interesting expert testimony, particularly from educators who are actually implementing Park, and then a variety of commentary from members of the community who obviously signed up and were allowed to say anything they wanted to. Some of it was informative, some of it was offensive, some of it was off the wall, so it was just kind of all over the place. But it's very helpful and helpful for us. I will say there was very interesting testimony from some practitioners that was handed out that I asked for copies of made because I thought it was helpful. We had 4 representatives from Match who have been running Park, and they had done this as a blog post and publicly put it out, and I was struck by it because they actually compared questions between MCAS and Park in ELA and math and analyzed the differences, and were very clear about why they were supporting Park and had found it a better tool in their schools. So they testified on it. I thought it was worth sharing because we've heard a lot of criticism of both tests in various venues and the questions, and here actually was somebody who said, here are actual questions and why we think one has worked better than another. Staff has all of the testimony, obviously, and all of the written testimony that was submitted, and those of you who missed yesterday can get that from staff if you'd like. Jeff, do you have a few
Yes,
few
Mr.
comments?
Chairman,
Not
just
necessarily on the hearing. We have one more in Springfield coming up.
That's
but,
correct. Just a brief update on the test administration. We've completed, obviously, the operational testing. In Massachusetts, we gave about 1 million Park tests to about 250,000 students, roughly broken down 50-50 online and paper. We've heard a lot of testimony, anecdotal testimony about districts' unreadiness for the online version. We've included in your book the results of a survey, and this, of course, is self-reported by districts that indicate actually a fairly high readiness, according to them, to deliver Park. That doesn't quite square with their nervousness about actually electing to give it. Nationally, there were about 20 million Park tests given, and more than 80% of those were given online. So other states are clearly either more ready or more willing to try the online version, but that's something we'll continue to monitor. The tests right now are being scored, and we're getting ready for the standard setting that will take place later this summer. Preliminary analysis indicates that the test was difficult, was very rigorous. It confirms our belief that levels 4 and 5 will certainly be a good indicator of readiness to work at the next level, and in the case of the high school tests, readiness for college level work, perhaps even to the point where even some students at level 3 might be judged as being college ready. That's more that we're going to need to look at when we see all the final results and have more discussions with the Board of Higher Education on where that line should be drawn. So that process continues.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. So this survey was from a year ago. Is there a plan to update this survey this summer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the way the survey is, the way the footnote here is written, it says, a school's readiness for digital learning will vary depending on the number and types of devices they choose to deploy. So in other words, one school or district may choose, say that we're not ready until it's one-to-one computing. Someone else say, if we've got one device for 6 students, we're ready. Is there a way to collect data that allows you to essentially ask the question, are you ready, but also ask the question, what's the ratio of devices to students, or something that allows it to be more apples to apples?
Yeah, we have traditionally collected ratio devices. Again, it's just not clear even that with that data how that plays out. Is that some classes all have one-to-one and others have nothing, or are they all using a computer lab? But we'll see if there's ways we can refine that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will return to the Park subject in Springfield in a few weeks, and then again in September. anyone know if they're coming?
We're checking on them.
Yeah, on the Springfield hearing, anyone know who's going to be able to come to that one? 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, great, okay. Jeff, do you remember the date? Someone asked for the date. July 7th, yeah, July 7th, and that's a Tuesday, right? Yeah, in Springfield.
It's still 4 to 7 at the time.
That one was 4 to 7, I think, right? Yes, yes, yep.
I know you've been reaching out and you have a pretty good idea what's on everyone's mind. We turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, great to be back. We haven't met since June. Great to welcome Roland. Great to have you on the state board. I want to recognize we have State Representative Keiko Oral with us, and recognize the representative who's here. You have some documents in front of you in a manila folder. You have the press release that announces the MCAS statewide results and the very preliminary PARCC results in front of you. You have a copy of tonight's presentation. You have an overview of MCAS and PARCC, kind of a side-by-side, what each assessment does and does not do. Board members, many of you attended some of you attended all of the 5 PARCC forums that were held around the state this past spring and summer to hear feedback on the assessment and the decision. You have a summary of the speakers in your folder. You have all of the comments that we received on a flash drive. We'll provide you with additional comments that we receive as we go through the fall.
Are those just things in writing, or are they a summary from the staff of comments?
Those are the actual comments as received by the commenters.
So things in writing, or
yes,
things in writing. Okay.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
So to the point that you made, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot to get our arms around as we approach this decision in November. And what we will try to do beginning tonight is to present to you in a pretty organized manner various considerations for this decision. We want to make sure that we set this evening up in a way that allows you to ask questions and dig in further where things are not clear. We have a very ambitious agenda tonight. We're going to start with an overview of the MCAS results and some preliminary PARCC results, and I'll say more about that as we dig into this. This traditionally, in the rhythm of our year, September is the point in time where we have the latest set of results from the statewide testing system, and that's what we're presenting to you tonight in terms of the MCAS results. We're then going to talk about the development of the student assessment and the PARCC decision that's coming at you. We'll talk about the development process. We'll talk about technology readiness. We'll talk about some of the fiscal projections around this decision. Tomorrow, we're anticipating we will bring to you both the AIR study of testing time, and you've gotten some preliminary results from that report, as well as some of the perceptions of PARCC from educators and from students who have experienced PARCC. So we're going to bring to you what data we have in that regard tomorrow. So to tee this off, at the front table you have in the middle Jeff Wilson is our Deputy Commissioner. To Jeff's right is Liz Davis, who is our Director of Assessment for the Commonwealth, and to Jeff's left is Bob Lee, who works for Liz on the program. And Bob's going to start us off by providing the official MCAS results. These are official because this is the full set of results that we'll have to report to you. And we'll give you a peek at some of the preliminary PARCC results, and we'll tell you why we're calling those preliminary. So if you advance the slide, these are the topics that we're going to talk about, including the caveats for the state data, where you're going to see some trends. Bob's going to show you how the current MCAS results relate to past years. You're going to see some information on achievement gaps, what's happened in the most recent year and what's happened over time. And then Bob's going to give you an overview of the PARCC assessment, what the achievement levels represent, how they relate to the MCAS levels, and show you some preliminary results, again, only based on students who participated through the computer-based PARCC test. So Bob, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Mitchell. We'll start with our grade 10 results here, and just let you know that 15 minutes ago we released to our website the state results. This represents a big milestone for student assessment. Our reporting staff has been working tirelessly for many of the past few weeks to get these ready for you. Start with the one set of results that are the same as they've been over the past many years. The grade 10 results, as you probably know, all 10th graders took the MCAS test this year because it continues to be our competency determination test for high school, and it continues to be used for scholarship purposes. And the new news there is that we had a slight uptick. We went from 90 to 91% proficient in English language arts. Our science testers through the end of 10th grade now 72%, up from 71. This is a continuation of a long, gradual trend that we've seen on those tests. 79% for mathematics represented flat results. Now, normally I would turn this slide and we would see the results from grades 3 through 8 for the state. But as you probably know, we didn't take the MCAS as a state last year. So this is just here to remind you how the choice broke down. As you probably recall, the districts each made a choice of whether they were going to administer MCAS or PARCC in grades 3 through 8. They made a separate choice about what they wanted to do if they wanted to step forward and voluntarily take the 9th grade and 11th grade tests. And here you'll see that we had about a 54-46% breakdown. A few more districts chose PARCC. And so therefore, when I present the state results for MCAS, they're not really the state results. They're the results of half the students, and we're going to talk a little bit more about how we took that half of the students and made sure that we could maintain the trends so that they could be reasonably compared to the previous years. Other piece of news on here is we have the 2015 participation rates, which remain very high for MCAS at 99%. This year for PARCC, we managed a 97% participation rate. That is the first time we've released that. That exceeded some of our expectations. And for grade 10, we had a 98%, and that's typical of past years. So of the students who chose to take, they didn't choose, of the students in districts that chose to take PARCC, we had slightly different demographics than the students in districts that chose MCAS. As one part of the choice that we gave was in the big 3 cities, in Boston, Worcester, and Springfield. We said you could go on a school-by-school basis, but this year Boston elected to go with PARCC overwhelmingly in 3 through 8. They only for their level 5 schools and a school that's up for consideration did they remain as an MCAS school. So the vast majority of Boston schools were chosen to take PARCC. And as you can see, that makes the demographics. If you look at these pie charts, they show the percentage of white students in blue. The African American slice is slightly different, and that when Boston goes one direction, that's going to cause the demographics to change in your distribution. So, despite the fact that there were some demographic differences between the districts that chose PARCC and MCAS, if we look at the past achievement of the students in those districts, you see it's actually very similar. This made our job a little easier when we were trying to design a representative sample to present the state results to you. You can see in terms of proficiency, there was about a 2-point difference favoring the districts that chose MCAS. So here on these tables, I've placed on the left the students in the MCAS districts, and on the right the students in the PARCC districts, and this is their 2014 grades 3 through 8 achievement levels represented with the colors. This is for ELA. This is for mathematics. You see again a very similar breakdown. Slightly more proficiency in the MCAS districts, and as we know, we didn't put any parameters around it. We didn't say put up gates and say only representative districts, or once we fulfill a certain number of low-income districts or high-income districts, we're going to stop the choice. So we did have to take steps, even though they look pretty similar. when we want to show you state results and results that are going to be used for reporting for several years through our accountability system, we wanted to make additional steps to create a representative sample. So this slide presents some of the key ideas. Part of the representative sample, when you hear sample, sometimes you think 400 people or 1,000 people. In this case, the uses that we have for the representative samples, including test equating and presenting large amounts of data about test items, required that we use as large a sample as possible and make it representative. So we took of the 200,000 students in each pool, large groups up to 74 to 80% of those students. We took away the students who were not representative using statistical techniques, propensity score matching, if you follow it, and we ended up we weighted it very heavily on achievement because that was our first interest, was getting the two groups to look like each other in terms of past achievement, and then we also balanced in terms of the demographics. And one key point there is we identified the sample before we saw the results. We didn't want to be given a choice afterwards that would benefit us one way or the other. So that said, these are the results that we just put out about 20 minutes ago. And as you can see, we had some gains, and in several of the subjects, we had some losses too. But particularly notable were the English language arts results in grade 5 after a long period of remaining about the same, jumped up 7% this year. You see that on the left. As you move across, you see 2015 in the first column, the representative sample of students. So in the first row there, grade 3, 60% of the students were proficient in grade 3 compared to 57% last year. And the change is indicated on the third column. Then you have the mathematics results, and there notable are the grade 5 results also going up from 61 to 67% proficient. And the grade 8 results, there I will note that was the one grade where we had the significant decrease last year. So you have to take these with a grain of salt. Sometimes they're correcting for themselves. They're like a boat on a wave. Sometimes it goes down and goes up, but it's on a voyage.
Yes. How big was the decrease last year?
Last year was down 3 points.
Down 3 points.
Yeah.
An still significantly
Yes.
larger than the drop from last year. Okay.
Yeah. It would, by any our rule of thumb is if it's 3 points or more, we call it an increase or a decrease. That's just to keep it from being completely noise. We had a decrease there in the grade 5 science results. Same kids that you saw the increase for in mathematics and English language arts did have a drop, and we'll see over the course of time whether that is a part of a long-term trend or whether that's just one of these fluctuations. So the next slide.
Bob,
Yeah, sure.
just back up a second, if you would, please. So we're going to show you some analyses that are a one-year change, the slide that's up on the screen. We're going to show you some analyses going back to 2007. The reason we wanted to go back 10 years, and it turns out that the state testing system only lets us go back to 2007 in terms of having results in every grade in the two subjects. So you're going to see some analyses that go back to 2007. I want to say a couple of other things about these analyses that we're bringing to you. If in any previous year, this would be the statewide result for the state. And it's largely very positive news. We're going to break it down further for you. But you can see that at most grade levels in ELA and in math, we're seeing some gains. Some are just slight upticks, but generally a positive direction. We're also seeing some downticks in that fourth grade math. Obviously, is a big downtick, more than a tick. But this would be where we would stop, right? This is where we would end the discussion, statewide results. What's challenging this year, what makes this much more complex this year, is we'll have eventually two full sets of results to show you for the Massachusetts achievement. There'll be these MCAS results, and then hopefully by the October meeting, we'll have a full set of results of the PARCC test. And we'll show you some ways of thinking about those PARCC results as compared to prior achievement for those school districts. So we're being very deliberate in walking you through this, and we will get to some preliminary PARCC results in this presentation. But I want to give you kind of a sense that
these are positive, positive overall, heading in the right direction. And Bob's about to show you some longer-term trends in those results. And I'd just like to, Mr. Chairman, if I might acknowledge newest member of the board who joined us, Michael Moriarty. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Pleasure representing Western Mass. Please allow Western Mass a little time to figure out the traffic around here.
And I think that's a good opportunity to welcome him, and also Catherine and Margaret, if you want to say hello and introduce yourselves, as we all did. Please do, since that's our custom.
Catherine. I'm Catherine Craven. I'm from Brookline.
Margaret McKenna from Boston.
Good. It's great to have us all here on the same page, getting all the same material leading up to the decision. I'll say to the new members, we are informal enough, so the restrooms are down the hall, and there's water hidden behind the curtain.
Can I ask some questions about what's up on the...
Please.
I hope I'm not speaking out of school. I'm new here, but if I look at the English language arts results, I see 1 out of 7 of those positive. If I go by what you told me, that anything within 3 points you consider 0.
At the statewide level, 3 points usually represents about a point gain, like a student's answering a point gain more. So we would actually include grade 3 and grade 6 as being up as well.
Okay. And in math, it would be 2 up, 1 down?
Yep. It's fair. And science 1 down. So you wanted to see the long-term trends, and here they are, our 9-year window. Next year we'll be able to present a 10-year window, or if we have MCAS. Here you see that these upticks are part of a larger trend. I'll just shoot back and forth. You see the grade 5 result that's up 7. That result had been flat for a long time. We were now cumulatively in the last 9 years up 8 points. So that's a breakthrough of sorts there. The grade 3 result that you saw was up 3 points, gets us back to an even keel where we've been for much of the past 9 years. The 60% proficiency mark has been about where we've been landing. You see that's up there now. Grade 5 mathematics is a different story. That gain is being piled onto a set of larger gains that have happened over the last 10 years, and represents some growth. And you see in the adjacent grade in grade 6 that's also the story. Those are tests that were introduced originally because there was a big space between our original grade 4 and 8 tests, and people said there are very clear standards here, but the teachers aren't addressing them because there was no direct feedback. And we see that those are some areas where we've seen some of our largest gains. And the grade 8 result, which is almost as large as the grade 5 result, is standing there at 45% 9 years ago. It's at 60% right now. The high school results have been going up continuously over the years. Those we have a different set of conditions under there with the scholarship and the graduation requirements. So,
That's just a question. Over the span of time, has there been a process to sort of revisit the standards in any of these grades or subjects, such that the bar, the cut score, if you will, has been modified as a result of a process to kind of evaluate the validity, or validity may be the wrong word, but sort of the appropriate level at which to set the proficiency standard?
Mitchell, do you want to take that, or do you want me to talk about resetting standards in the process?
Well, I guess the question is, have we reset the standards over this time period?
And the answer is no, we have not during this time period. The last time we reset standards was for grade 4 in 2001.
Gotcha.
In ELA. And normally you would, but we were sitting at a transition point where we were changing the curriculum, and it didn't seem like a standard setting process is a fairly major change.
Right. And could you explain that a little bit? Not about the rationale for not doing it, although some members might like to hear more about that as well, but just what's the rationale for doing it periodically?
Well, depending on how you're running your test program, people will figure out what the patterns are. Sometimes people figure out what what kinds of questions you're asking, and they begin to zone in a great deal on what might be the assessable standards in a given grade. And the recommendation is that you refresh them. You have a fresh standard setting committee meet with fresh student results and see whether maybe the curriculum, the national curriculum also may be changing. Not national curriculum per se, but the curriculum that teachers that are considered best practices may be changing over time, and so you may have introduced new item types. People may say that this was a progressive way to teach math in 1998. Maybe we should be looking at some of these new studies that have come out since then. Maybe our standards could be more challenging in some cases.
But does that imply?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Liz might have.
I just wanted to add that thanks. It's revision of standards when you adopt new standards and such. That would be another reason to reset standards. Revisiting standards, the content standards.
The content standards.
Frameworks.
Is there, I don't know, alternative may be the wrong way of describing it, but another approach, I suppose, is to change the form of the assessment itself. And presumably in changing the form, you'd have to set standards for that new form. But are we assuming that essentially the form of these assessments have been consistent throughout that whole period as well as the standards?
These have been linked every year by items that students from the prior year were exposed to. That said, we do swap out some of those items every year. It's a very gradual process. You almost wouldn't recognize the MCAS test from 1998, but the standards have been maintained by common items from year to year through what would be like a long chain of linking.
And sorry, just to say that again, why wouldn't we recognize the test from 1998?
Yeah, well, exactly. The questions that the students take are 100% different every year.
Yes.
But you also retire items, and sometimes even entire item types may be retired as your assessment practices reform.
But do the sort of format, maybe the word I'm struggling for, does that sort of change, or the kind of the level of rigor or complexity of the questions change?
Try not to change it very much in any 1 year.
Yeah. But over time, that may change
evolve,
as well.
Yes.
I think this would add on to what the Secretary is saying. Have the cut scores themselves changed? Have we said 1 year that, what's the MCAS on English out of again? It's
72 points for the composition grades.
But I'm saying overall, the total is 260.
Oh, yeah, so the scaled score would be 200 to 280.
So instead of saying that 1 year 270 is this cut score means this, the next year maybe saying 265 means this. Have we?
That would be a
changed
revision of the standards.
That
would be what we did in 2001 with English Language Arts in grade 4. But we maintain through a statistical procedure, we link so that 220 means is as difficult to attain or as easy to attain from year to year by linking to the same items taken by last year's students.
Okay.
One of the perks of the chair is trying to manage the clock.
So you want more questions here? Is that what
More questions would be good. Try to drag it out. I don't want to short circuit anything or anyone, but I would encourage us to try to kind of move through the agenda and then come back. Either that or we can extend. We've done that a few times. The chair gets grief for that decision too. So I just want you to manage the clock, and then if people want to follow up with more questions, we'll stay longer, but I worry that we'll spend an hour and a half on the first item, and then we got 8 more tonight to get through in 29 minutes.
I share that concern, finding that right balance between sharing information with you and giving you a chance to dig into it. We can always follow up. If you have areas that you want us to go more in depth in, we can do that with you individually. We can prepare materials based on questions that you have and so forth.
And I'm prepared to have us stay longer tonight, but I don't want to make that the going in presumption for anybody, and I don't know what people's schedules are.
The next set of slides we have also have asterisks on them, as you see near 2015, where we've now taken the information from the MCAS taken by African American students in the MCAS sample and Hispanic and Latino students, and compared it to white students over the years. These give you that same 9-year trend to give you a sense of where we stand in terms of closing the achievement gap. On the right, the two columns there show you the current gap, and in parentheses, how much that gap has changed since 2007. So to read the first line, grade 3, for ELA, the white African American black gap is now 27 percentage points at the proficient level, which represents a 3 percentage point change in the last 9 years. And you can see down the line there, all those numbers are negative meaning that the gap has decreased at that particular cut. On the right, you see the white Hispanic Latino gap, where the story is similar. They've been small. The gaps remain large, but they have been decreasing somewhat in ELA. And the next slide shows that the same is true in math. There have been small to moderate decreases in the achievement gap between whites and African Americans on the left, and between whites and Hispanics, Latinos on the right. That was going to be the end of my MCAS presentation, and I was going to move, if I could, into the very first glimpse of our PARCC results.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me just offer a few caveats on this, because these are very much preliminary and incomplete PARCC results for Massachusetts. They are based on students who took the assessment online, so we don't have the students who took it in paper and pencil, which is a good 40% of students who took the PARCC assessment in Massachusetts in grades 3 through 8. The percentage of students who participated at the high school level was pretty small. Schools volunteered. No one asked schools to do this. Everybody had to administer 10th grade MCAS because that continues as the graduation requirement. So we had a number of schools that wanted to get some experience in the 9th and 10th grade assessments. So you're going to see some of those results, but they're, again, at most they represent less than a quarter of the high school population at any particular grade, and far from a representative sample. So as well, we had a number of students in 8th grade who took the Algebra 1 PARCC assessment. And so their results are part of the Algebra 1 results that we're showing you today, and their results are not part of the 8th grade PARCC online results. So there's all kinds of limitations to the PARCC results that we're showing you, because it's far from a full sample. It's far from even the full number of students in Massachusetts who took the PARCC assessment, nor is it a representative sample. But we felt that it was important to share what we do have at this point in time. It's my goal to get as much information in your hands in as timely a way as we can. There are a number of other PARCC states who, two of which have already released their similarly limited, only online results. Ohio and Illinois have both presented theirs publicly to their state board and their public. Maryland will be releasing, I believe, this week as well. So we're sharing this with you. The kinds of inferences you can draw are limited at this point. But Bob, start by talking about how the performance levels on the two differ.
Yeah, so we have a very different set of scales and performance levels with PARCC than you're used to with MCAS. Those of you, if you look at the tables that are in your handout or on the screen up there, you'll see PARCC's levels are named 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with 5 being the highest. And then the descriptors for those levels are in the center column. The level 4 is the key level there. It means that you've met the expectations in grades 3 through 8, and if you're in the high school grades, that means that you are college and career ready according to that assessment. The scales are very different. They range from 650 to 850, and the key number that we want people to begin to get accustomed to is 750. That's the cut score for level 4. We want everyone to aspire to be a 750 student, so that they're on track essentially to be in college and career ready. Whereas on the MCAS, our number was 240. That was our proficient. That was our met grade expectation standard. And those scales, as we discussed earlier, go from 200 to 280. And there are only 4 performance levels on MCAS. That said, let's see how our students did on, these is their first glimpse of some PARCC data. Here we have English language arts results from grades 3 through 8. And we had about 200,000 of our students taking it overall, but remember 40% of them took it on paper. We have not scaled those results yet, and those have not been included here. This is of the 60% of the 200,000, about 120,000 students in here. And as you can see on the left, starting with the lowest level, level 1 through level 5, we have, let's look at the second slide, which simplifies the view. You have 47% of the students in grades 3 meeting the expectations, 53% therefore not meeting them. As you can see, as you go through the grades in English language arts, the standard setting committees and the commissioners and all the process that we've gone through over the last several months resulted in fairly consistent signals being sent to people that about half of our students in Massachusetts are ready, are meeting these kinds of expectations on the PARCC assessments. These are the results in grades 3 through 8 for mathematics. And again, I'll move to the simplified view where you can see the results by all 5 performance levels, but here you see that we have about half of our students, again, similar to English language arts, a little bit lower, meeting the expectations set in grades 3 through 8, ranging from 45 to 51%. It was a fairly consistent outcome. And if you look into
How does that compare to early MCAS years?
It would be a little, it's in the zone. We've had about 50% proficient on many of our tests. It varies somewhat. The middle school English tests we've had higher proficiency rates on than the other tests for different reasons. There were different standard setting
Going way
committees.
back.
Yeah, going way back. Whereas in grade 4 initially we had lower than this, but we reset the standards to be closer to this kind of an outcome in grade 4 ELA.
But it looks like if you were just to average the 2007 numbers, getting at Mr. Sagan's question, you'd get something that looks very similar to what you're getting in the level 4s and level 5s now from the MCAS.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask, is the cut score of 750, is that the cut score that's universal for PARCC set at the consortium? So that cut score is the same cut score in Arkansas as it is in Massachusetts?
That's correct. That's the cut score that all of the students who take PARCC, regardless of state, will determine which of the performance levels they've met. That's right.
Is it possible to know how much of this is mechanical due to the fact that you've got 4 categories in one and 5 in the other? So imagine that, I mean, you have the data to do it. If we had if you took MCAS and made it 5 levels by creating another category that was 270 and above, you might get stuff that looks like 50% of the kids were mastering this. I mean, it's a little difficult to compare 4 levels versus 5 because these cut points are artificial.
I think the commissioner's going to talk a little later about the process you go by to assign meaning to the scores. We have a couple educators who participated in our standard setting. So it's not like we as a state can just declare that 50% of the kids should be proficient. You go through a process where educators and grade level experts read the actual standards and the adjectives that describe those standards and say this is the score that a student would have gotten who meets this standard.
Yeah, a little later in the presentation, we plan to go into more depth, Roland, on the process for setting the standards, and it began with the high school tests, and it was a very deliberate process that you'll hear about. And Loretta Holloway is with us. She helped participate in that from the higher ed end to look at what do teachers of professors of entry-level credit-bearing courses say when they look at these exams. They would hope that a youngster had mastered as a requisite for doing okay in that class, for earning the credit in that class. So there was a very deliberate process, and then that was backward mapped to the lower grades.
right, so we also have some results from the, this is, with a lot of caveats. We had 40% of the students who participated in these tests were from 3 of our urban districts that stepped forward and really wanted to volunteer early. So when you look at these results, and we'll go to the simplified version here, you see 31% of the students that took it on a computer when they were basically volunteered and then took it on a computer met that standard. I haven't done any work with this. I don't have the data to make an adjustment for what this might look like if the whole state had participated. This, I could just tell you, is not at all close to a representative sample. So you can see those results, and they vary quite a lot. Looking, for instance, at our geometry results and our algebra results by 12 or more points, that wasn't the way it was across the consortium, as I understand it. When the commissioners set the standards and when the teachers recommended the cut points, there were
This is also a
fairly even results.
non-representative population, so we really can't draw any comparison to other Massachusetts kids.
Yeah, and like as you look at the integrated math, you're looking at 250 to 450 kids in that pathway who volunteered in schools.
Mr. Chairman, the other challenge, of course, is these young people are old enough to know it doesn't count. So it's a little hard to evaluate. I mean, it's useful, and actually, I think it'll probably be more in the analysis going deeper into it to get some insights into what's going on here. But at a high level, if we told them that you need to pass this to graduate or to earn a credit in your course, we might see different results.
It's also a subset of population. I mean, we'd have to look at this school, these 3 schools a year earlier to try to even be close to apples and apples.
I was just going to ask that, if you could take a look at the actual schools, MCAS versus PARCC, and sort of see how that aligns, because that's sort of one of the missing data points.
But it's still so small. Right?
Yeah, but still, at least it gives you some directional.
I assume you know what schools they are.
Yes, we do.
So you could do that.
And we'll do more analysis when we have the complete
Yeah,
data
more.
set,
Yeah.
including the paper-based tests.
Okay, thank you.
But if we were to take this just exactly at face value, what conclusion do you want me to draw?
I wouldn't encourage you to conclude much from this computer-based data. I think that
There you go.
I would encourage you to wait for October when we have a more complete story and when we can examine the student level data and tell you of the kids who are advanced, this is how their PARCC scores were, of the kids who were proficient, here's how their PARCC scores. Great. That kind of information might be more useful. Perfect.
Could I just ask a question? Did the states who've been using PARCC, they used it not just this year, they used it the year before, or this year, last year was the first year?
Spring
that
of
the other
2015
people
was
in
the
the
first
consortium
full
used it?
wheel operational
I can't
assessment.
wait to see the Arkansas scores then. Because when I was in Arkansas, people in Arkansas said, thank God for Mississippi, because it was the only state that had lower scores than Arkansas. So I can't even imagine what the scores look like. If Massachusetts had these scores, Arkansas scores have got to be like 10%. I just can't imagine what that will look like. I can't
We'll
imagine
know
then what
soon.
happens after that.
We'll know soon.
Yeah, you know.
But right now, it wouldn't be
Say
fair for
something,
us
Penny?
to compare because we both, we had actually the lowest rate of computer-based testing in the consortium at 60%. Other states have more complete, like 80 or 90% of their students.
Member Noyce, did you want to
I guess, we expected the number of students who seem to be college and career ready to be lower than the number of students who were proficient. That was why we were thought that the standard needed to be higher to certify people as college. So we shouldn't be surprised if these go down a little. The real question is, which part is the measures or the actions you've taken to ensure the validity of that statement that this means college and career ready. I don't think it would be surprising to say 50% of kids are college and career ready. 33% are. That's why we're doing this.
It would be consistent with the remedial pattern in college too here. But then it begs the question of where we would set a graduation requirement is different from a college readiness score.
But I think the most important thing for all of us here, department, is to communicate this rather complex idea adequately to the public, because the public tends to think if scores went down, students are learning less, instead of, more kids can jump over a 5'10" high jump than can jump over a 5'6" high jump. So, I think, to communicate the rationale that we realized MCAS was not telling us enough. That's the thing that we're considering doing here.
Thank you.
So we're going to switch gears, right? And what I'd like to, if we could pass out the one pager, I'm going to turn to Jeff Wilson, Mr. Chair. But one thing I want to be sure is that as we go forward for the next 2 months, that we're answering the questions that are important to answer, or at least bringing to bear the information that we can on the considerations that we should be thinking about. And so I've drafted a one-page set of questions, tried to catalog the questions that I've heard in your discussions and in discussions in various settings that I've been involved in. Those questions I've grouped into those 5 categories. I think a critical question is instructional impact. I mean, we hope that our assessments are part of a larger instructional system, an instructional effort to make sure that young people and our educators are aiming at curriculum that's going to serve those young people well, and that the performance standards represent aspirational standards, and that educators and parents receive good information. We want our tests to be of strong technical quality. So I've identified several questions that you could characterize as technical quality. I want you to have a sense of how the tests were developed and the role that Massachusetts plays in those assessments. And then there are questions that you've raised about governance and operational viability, sustainability of the project, and Massachusetts' involvement, and whether or not our schools, in fact, are technologically ready. And then we want to make sure that you're comfortable with, at least understand, whether you're comfortable or not is another question, what your role is in this process, what decisions you have to make, and most of all, I want to know if there's questions on this sheet that are important, considerations that are important that we haven't identified, so that we can pursue information that as best we can, that would help inform those considerations. So tonight we're covering several of those, and we're starting with an overview of the assessments to be sure that you understand sort of the philosophy in which the assessments sit and how the assessments are structured and how they compare. And so Jeff Wilson's going to provide that overview for you.
So before he does, I just encourage my fellow board members, this is an open-ended process, at least until it ends. And adding questions is appropriate. So I'm going to add a couple now and encourage people, if they have them, to do it sooner. But I think that as I read through this, 2 things that jumped out at me in notes that I had made, and maybe I had the advantage of getting it last night, I think. One was this sort of sets it all up as PARCC versus MCAS 1.0, if you will, or 1. something. And I think one of the things that we need to understand is what would MCAS 2.0 or 2.x be? It can't simply be we have an old tired system that we didn't update when we started in 08 or 09. But what would the option and the cost be of updating MCAS to something that Massachusetts might think was a better choice? So we need to see that. And then the other thing, and maybe it's inherent in some of these broader categories, but we have a tradition of transparency with MCAS, and I think we need to understand what will be the guiding principles and then the practices of transparency with PARCC if we were to adopt PARCC.
Okay.
And I'd encourage anyone else, if they have questions, to keep putting them on the table early. Donald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that the students actually came to me and asked me about when we had our meeting this past Thursday was if instead of adopting PARCC, we did the MCAS 2.0, 2.x, what would the difference be beyond, I know one thing referenced earlier was trying to upgrade it onto computers rather than just a paper-based test. Are we saying that currently MCAS is not rigorous enough? Is it the standards what it's testing isn't what we want it to be testing? I'm somewhat confused on that because, every year the test gets updated to have revised questions and as far as what I would expect, test what we want students to know. So where are we lacking on that presently?
Thank you. Marianne, did you raise your hand?
I did, and I'll just put this out there too. In addition to transparency and autonomy, I'd like to understand the context in terms of specifically the strategic plan, the way that we look at assessments as a system, as part of a system. So that would be important to me as well, just understanding that bigger picture, and maybe I'm jumping the gun too. So thanks.
Yeah, this is sort of a general question, but, and I don't need obviously an answer tonight. But my understanding is when PARCC started, when it was first being talked about, there were 24, 25 states involved. We're now down to 5 or 6 states and the District of Columbia. And I don't know the answer to this question. My question is there one overriding reason why almost 20 states pulled out of this? Or are there a variety of reasons why the states pulled out?
So good question, but I thought you were going in another direction, which is, I think, covered too, which is the viability or sustainability. What's the minimum threshold before there isn't a consortium?
I'm just curious as to why 20 states pulled out of this.
So you've got questions, you can choose to get them addressed however you think best, but they're clearly on the members' minds. Okay, Jeff, sorry to slow you down, but we got to get to these answers before I think people will be comfortable.
We will have all the answers between now and November, but not necessarily all tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to just give you a brief overview.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing the list here, so
Sorry.
yes,
No, there's,
Member Farr.
it seems to me the fundamental point of these assessments is their correlation with later life outcomes that we actually care about. Right? Otherwise it's more art criticism than it is about assessments. I like this one versus that one. So for me, it would be super helpful to look in the past and understand, I know we can't do it for PARCC, but you can do it for MCAS. How correlated is the MCAS with labor market wages in Massachusetts? How correlated is it with college graduation? And those important changes that we've seen in those 7 years of 21 points in math in 10th grade, do we see the same changes on the other outcomes that we care about? Because I think trying to understand the relationship between the levels of the test and the changes in the test with the later life outcomes that we care about, for me, would be very instructive as to, at least the cost of a change.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you just a quick overview and a little history in the background of our student assessment program here in Massachusetts, and then I'm going to turn it over to Liz Davis, who will give you a little bit more of a view of how the PARCC test has been developed. Student assessment in Massachusetts really dates back to the initial wave of education reform, 1993, the McDuffie lawsuit, where the Supreme Judicial Court said basically two important things. One, education is a constitutional right, and two, the Commonwealth, the state, has the obligation to ensure that all students receive an adequate education. Prior to 1993, K through 12 education was entirely a local matter, entirely up to local school committees as to what they taught. It was entirely up to local town meetings and city councils as to how much was spent on education, and nobody was really keeping track of how well our students were doing. So this led to the Education Reform Act of 1993, sometimes referred to as the Grand Bargain. Massive piece of legislation, made many changes. For our purposes here tonight, the key is that for the first time the state was going to establish learning standards. This board was charged with establishing curriculum standards to define what students should learn in each subject, in each grade. The state committed to providing a significant increase in state funding to ensure that all school systems were adequately funded. We would implement a new system of student assessments to measure how well students were learning, and we would use the data from those assessments and other sources of information to hold our schools and our educators accountable for the work they were doing. This was very revolutionary at the time, the notion of the state setting curriculum standards and of measuring student performance. It has since been adopted as a model by many other states and was in fact the basis for much of the No Child Left Behind legislation at the federal level that brought mandated testing to every state in the union. So the MCAS test was the student assessment that was developed out of that directive from the legislature under this board's direction. It was a test that was developed over a number of years. We first began administering it in 1998. 2001 was the first year that the 10th grade MCAS test was truly high stakes. The students in the class of 2003 needed to pass that test in English language arts and math for high school graduation as a requirement. 2002 we went to testing in every year from grades 3 to 8 in response to the federal mandate. Science was later added as a third MCAS subject. So we've been giving the MCAS test for many years, and as I think some of the comments around the table indicate, it's a very highly regarded test and one that we're very proud of. What do we use student assessment results for? A number of purposes. We talked about the competency determination for high school graduation. We provide detailed information on student performance on different strands in the test that we hope will inform instruction and lead to improvements in curriculum. Provides a gauge for parents and teachers to monitor the progress of their students. And at the school and district level, we use it to carry out our statutory role in ensuring that schools and districts are doing their jobs by taking that information along with other information and using it to determine which schools are underperforming, which schools are in need of additional targeted assistance from the state, and in extreme cases even state receivership. And most recently we've begun using our test results, again along with many other sources of information, as part of improved educator evaluation process. So we use our test results for all of these purposes. Just to summarize in a few short sentences, what's our progress and challenges have been over the nearly 20 years since we began this process. We clearly have had a lot of success. Massachusetts is regarded as the leading state in the nation. We consistently outperform the other states on national tests. We compete very competitively with other countries on the international tests. So we're proud of the accomplishments, but as this board has discussed in detail on many occasions, we still have a lot of additional work to do. Gaps in performance in terms of the achievement gap, and very cognizant of the fact that a significant number of our students are graduating, having passed the MCAS competency determination, but get to college and are not yet ready to do college level work. We're cognizant of the feedback we're getting from the employers in Massachusetts that our graduates aren't ready to take on the jobs that they have, and that's what we're trying to address here today.
Last question. Could you, so the remediation data, you talked about these are students who have passed their competency determination. Do you know what the numbers would look like if it was pegged to proficiency on MCAS as opposed to having earned their competency determination?
I do not know, but we can certainly find that out.
proficiency requirement was the proficiency?
So, yes, so, the way you can earn the competency determination sort of instantly, if you will, by getting a proficient score, but then you can earn it by other means if you don't. And including the retests, obviously, which don't, it's not quite the same standard. So anyway, I'm just curious if we were to look at the percentage of students scoring proficient, whether we would see remediation numbers that are, substantially different from that.
Taking out the needs improvement piece of it. In response to these concerns, the board and the department began an effort to revise and update our curriculum frameworks in 2008. And again, let me remind the board that curriculum frameworks, or what curriculum standards, is not the same thing as a curriculum. Is what we expect students to know at each grade level, but the actual curriculum materials, the lesson plans, the textbooks, those always have been, continue to be matters for each school committee to determine. So we began with revising the English language arts and the math frameworks in 2008, and it was about that time that a multi-state effort began to create some common frameworks in those two subject areas. This effort was sponsored by the National Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Officers. That's the organization of state commissioners of education, recognizing that no one state had a monopoly on what the best standards for English and math were. That was an extensive effort. Massachusetts educators and department staff participated in that. And in 2010, this board voted new frameworks for Massachusetts that were based on those Common Core standards, but did include some additional state-specific material. Since 2010, school districts across the state have been implementing the new frameworks, adopting new curriculum materials to align with that. We are now moving on to a revision of other frameworks, and you'll be talking this fall about the next set of frameworks, the science frameworks that are going to be upgraded. So why do we think we need a next generation assessment? And again, I think as the board members have expressed, whether that's a revised version of MCAS, whether it's the PARCC test, whether it's some other test that is available out in the marketplace, we do feel we need to update our student assessment for a number of reasons. Obviously, full alignment to the 2010 standards, and we'll talk more about the alignment process later. More emphasis on critical thinking and reasoning. That's among the critical skills that our new standards are intended to foster. Better feedback to teachers and to parents on students' readiness for the next level, and in particular at the high school level on readiness for college level work. Again, keep in mind that MCAS, we give it based on the 10th grade test, and I don't think anybody has any expectation that standard is college and career ready. We'd obviously like to see richer data provided to teachers to help inform instruction. We're going to have a lot of discussion around the use of technology to deliver our assessments. We're adopting technology in every other phase of our lives. Clearly, it holds out the promise of faster scoring, more efficient administration, more options for accommodations, and simply reflecting the fact that more and more our students themselves need to be proficient in technology if they're going to succeed. And finally, our colleagues in higher ed would very much like to see a test that they can use as part of their placement process to determine what students are ready for entry-level college credit-bearing courses. We began work on our own upgraded MCAS test not long after the curriculum frameworks were developed, but the recession intervened. We didn't have the funding for it, but we did have the opportunity under some federal grants to join one of the two consortia of states that were working together to develop a next generation test. So Massachusetts joined the PARCC consortium with a number of other states, and we've been very much involved with that process over the last several years that you'll hear more about. Unlike the other members of the consortium today, we're the only remaining member that has not yet adopted the test. The other members of the consortium are using PARCC as their official state assessment. This board, cognizant of the high quality and long record of success of MCAS, voted on the commissioner's recommendation in 2013 to do what we call a 2-year test drive. So that took place in spring of 2014, where we gave a field test of the PARCC test to a number of districts. Scores did not count, but it gave everybody a chance to see the test and try it out. And then, as you heard from Bob and the commissioner, this past spring, we gave PARCC in an official operational mode. First year we've done that, but we did not require it of all districts. We gave districts the choice of MCAS or PARCC, and of those that were taking PARCC, we gave them the choice of online or paper. While all this was happening, a number of studies going on that you'll hear more about, and culminating in the vote coming up, as the chairman indicated, in November on whether we want to adopt PARCC. If the board votes to adopt PARCC, the next steps after that will be some discussion on particularly the high school alignment. PARCC offers a number of opportunities for additional testing beyond what we have now, and as we've already mentioned, it will also require a decision on the part of this board on where to set the cut scores for the competency determination that remains in Massachusetts law. We are not bound by the achievement levels that have been set by the consortium. The high school graduation requirement will be this board's decision. If the board decides not to adopt PARCC, then we will undoubtedly engage with you in discussions on the best way to proceed to another next generation test, whether that be an upgrading of MCAS or looking at some of the other tests that are available. Just a quick overview on how MCAS and PARCC differ as assessments. PARCC, again, English language, arts, and math only. MCAS also involves testing in science, and we use MCAS for our alternative assessments for students with special needs. We will keep both the science and alternative assessments going regardless of the decision on PARCC, so there'll continue to be an MCAS test for those. MCAS we test in grades 3 through 8 and 10. PARCC extends the high school testing to grades 9 and 11 for English language arts, and for math it provides 3 high school subject matter tests. MCAS currently paper only, PARCC online and paper. A lot of discussion this last fall about testing time. You'll hear more about that tomorrow when we present the results of the AIR study on testing time in general. But I will note that PARCC, unlike MCAS, is a time test. There's pros and cons to that, but certainly it's one of the reasons for it being a time test is trying to deal with the concerns about too much testing. A lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstandings about how PARCC is managed, and so I want to just spend a minute or two on that. And by way of comparison, just to show you how we manage our MCAS process, it's managed by our staff here at the department, our Student Assessment Services staff, headed by Liz, and we have a testing contractor. We've had different testing contractors over the years. It's a contract that goes out for bid. Currently, our contractor is Measured Progress, and they are the ones that we contract with to help with test development in conjunction with our staff and Massachusetts educators, the administration of the test, the printing of the test forms, delivery to schools, collection of the forms, scoring of the forms, printing of the student results. All of those tasks belong to our contractor. PARCC is a little bit more complicated because it is not a single state effort, but it is a consortium. Currently, there are 7 states and the District of Columbia are active members of the consortium. The consortium is not a formal organization. It is basically a gathering of states who want to work together, just as we often have towns in the state who work together on regional projects. This is an interstate effort. The governing board is simply the commissioners of education in each of those states who meet periodically to set the policies for the consortium. Commissioner Chester heads the governing board as a chair. None of the commissioners are paid. They're all serving in their role as commissioners. And the state leads committee is very active. It's basically it's the heads of assessment for each of the participating states. Liz Davis serves on that committee along with her counterpart in each of the other states. So we're bringing together the expertise from the assessment departments of each of the state education agencies. Obviously, there's a lot of logistics involved in running a multi-state testing program, which this year had, I believe, it was something like 5 million students taking tests at any one time. So we have two contractors rather than one supporting the consortium. One is called PARCC Inc., again, to be distinguished from the PARCC Consortium. PARCC Inc. is a private nonprofit organization that was specifically established to provide management services to the consortium. It's got its own board of directors and its own staff. They're based in Washington. Each of the consortium states contracts with PARCC Inc. We obviously selected them and negotiated contracts together, but we each have our own contract to provide project management services. And then we have our testing contractor itself that again does the administration and scoring of the test. And in the case of PARCC, it is Pearson, one of the large testing contractors in the nation. And again, we all join together in selecting Pearson, but we each have our own contract with slightly different terms based on our own state procurement laws. So that just gives you a picture of how PARCC is managed. Finally,
Donald?
Yeah.
And if I might just, Mr. Chairman, I didn't catch this on the other slide. I think there's a mistake. What's the abbreviation for Maryland? MD. That indicates Maine. Maine is not part of the consortium. Maryland is part of the consortium.
Good eyes. Good eyes.
I wonder if the
Donald,
commissioner
did you
was
wanna
just
correct
staring
that,
at that whole slide and was really wondering what's going on here. Now, my big thing, Jeff, is that when we first heard about this, or at least when I first heard about this at the SAC level, was a big thing was the cost. One thing, as we talked about contracts, we talked about how originally there was 24 states in the consortium, 24, 25, whatever the number was. Now, as we lost all these states, what do the costs look like now? I remember it was somewhere of 10 to 12 or maybe $15 cheaper to administer per test for PARCC, whereas now for MCAS, are we seeing that?
Bill Bell is going to talk about costs if we in just a little bit. So can we put a pin in that?
Thank you.
Can I just ask one question about reviewing this across the grade levels? I'm very interested in knowing that we're going to verifiable and graders. Is the idea of a timed test at each level have to navigate either written or online for the first time? Are we sure that's age appropriate? Has that been looked at with any care?
The timing limits were set very generously. I mean, they basically looked at the field tests, at how much time the vast majority of kids were talking, and then added a substantial buffer to that. And I think one of the experiences is that if you allow too much time, it almost becomes counterproductive. That if a child can't finish the test in 50% more time than really they need, they're probably, having them sit there at their desk for the rest of the day isn't going to significantly improve their performance. In fact, may raise their frustration level unnecessarily. So, definitely one of the things that that the testing experts have looked at, and you'll hear more about as we get into some of the research studies. But I think people are comfortable from a psychometric point of view.
Kids hit the time limit.
Sorry?
During the testing, what fraction of kids hit the time limit? in third grade?
Yeah, great question. We'll actually have some data possibly tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's part of the presentation. But we systematically collected that information, not only from the students who took the test, but also from the administrators, the educators who administered the test.
In November, will we get a recommendation from the department on the cut score for graduation?
No, ma'am. The plan is in November will be the decision on whether to adopt PARCC, and only then, if the recommendation, the decision is to adopt PARCC, will we then start the process. Should have mentioned earlier that the MCAS will remain our high school graduation requirement through the class of 2019. So it's not until the class of 2020, who will be 10th graders in 2018, will we be using PARCC as if you adopt it, as a high school graduation. So there's a little bit less time urgency on that, and a little more need to be very thoughtful about that.
But at that point, we will have.
That will be the board's decision.
And it doesn't necessarily be 750, it could be.
Any number we want it to be.
Any number that we decide.
That is correct.
And we'll have the opportunity to keep, if we go that way, to trial it even while MCAS remains in the high school and get to that point. And one of the points that came out in the spring, I think, and just to restate it, is we're not changing the rules on even currently in high school, is the idea of keeping it.
So finally, just a preview of the information that we'll be providing to you over the next 6 to 8 weeks. The PARCC Consortium itself has commissioned a large number of technical studies on looking at the validity of test questions, paper versus online performance, different online platforms, accessibility issues, time of testing issues, and we'll be sharing that with you. A number of independent studies are being done, including a couple of studies sponsored by our own Executive Office of Education under Secretary Piser's direction that are looking at PARCC, comparing that with MCAS performance, looking at some of these issues of predictive validity towards post-high school success. We'll be sharing with you tomorrow the results of some of the surveys that we give to both students and educators after each of the tests to capture their perceptions. We've been getting, of course, a lot of feedback from teachers and administrators as we meet with the various professional associations and other groups. They're all sharing their experiences with us. This board went through public comment period. Chairman mentioned we'll have one more of those, and we're taking into account and we'll be responding to the various issues that have been raised in public comment. And then finally, not necessarily most importantly, but certainly usefully, the student test results, of which you got a bit of a preview tonight. So that's just a preview of the information. We'll start to give you some of that tonight, tomorrow, and then into October and November. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Associate Commissioner for Student Assessment, Liz Davis, who has been racking up a lot of airline miles, participating in PARCC meetings over the last several years. She's well respected by her colleagues, and they've looked to her for leadership on this, so she can give you a little bit of insight into the process for how this test was developed, and then we'll hear from a couple of our educators who have actually participated in it as well.
That was nice. Thank you. Hi. I just actually have a few slides on the overview of the development process. This is how we do it. This graphic it's a high-level view of the process that from beginning to end of what it takes to develop a test. It's the takeaway really is that it's a 2-year process, and educators, state educators, state assessment staff, and testing contractors are involved throughout the process. It starts with the new standards that we adopted in 2010. We initially develop the test design, then the items, draft items are developed. There are multiple review processes and editing and revisions to items, and we're going to talk a little bit more in the next slide about how Massachusetts educators are involved in that process. Then the items, after many reviews, are ready to be field tested. They're field tested to see how they perform. The items are then scored, and the data is reviewed, and appropriate functioning items are then ready to be put on a test. And we build the test from those items. We administer the test. And again, last spring in 2015 was the first PARCC operational administration. After the test, there are a portion of the items are released to the public, and the remaining items are banked so that they can be used again for future assessments. Just again, the big takeaway, it's multiple years, and Massachusetts state educators and staff here at the department are involved beginning to end throughout the process. Specifically, these are areas that I'm highlighting that the Massachusetts educators and our staff have been very involved in. The initial test design, we were involved in, particularly the newest revision of the test, where we went from the 2 administrations that we had in 2015 to going forward, just 1 administration in ELA and 1 administration in math. We were heavily involved in the process of redesigning the test for that.
Excuse me,
Sure.
Chairman. Could you just talk a little bit about that? And I mean, I think, are all somewhat aware of that merger of those 2 assessments, but I wonder if you could give us a little bit more of the background on why that happened and what the implications might be for the assessment going forward.
The states agreed that the 2 administrations in ELA and 2 administrations in math was a lot of testing throughout the spring. The important parts of PARCC, where you have the students responding and writing constructive responses, writing essays, and as well in math, writing constructive responses, are in the performance-based assessments, which were about 75% of the school year. They're administered about 75% through. The end-of-year portion of the PARCC test are machine-scored items, and again, those 2 components were added together for the summative. What we did is we retained the performance-based assessment, the meat of the test, and we took portions of the end of the year and fed them in with the performance-based assessment so that it would be 1 administration, and we have a longer window that is available to schools and districts depending on when their beginning year, their start is, and when their end year. And so they kind of place it in that 80%, 85% through the year.
And is there I mean, I know this is hard to put a number on, but is there, what are we losing by doing that? Obviously there was a reason for having them separate. One, I think, was to get some data back early from the performance-based assessment, but from just forgetting that, the timing piece of it, is there something, in terms of the depth of or quality or accuracy of the data that maybe we're not getting or won't be getting next time around that we did this time?
We kept the same items. We just reduced the numbers in the end of year particularly. We had so many points. We really, when you step back, I don't know the math as well as I know the ELA, but in the ELA we had well over 121 points on the test. So we looked where we could get the statistics and measure what we needed to get, and we didn't get rid of any item type, but we just made sure that we had enough of each item type and the standards without it being excessive. Does that?
Yep. And then one last question is, so now in some ways it resembles more MCAS in terms of the combination of test items, but do you have, and if you can provide this later, that would be fine, just sort of a breakdown of the distribution of questions in terms of short answer, open response, or essay, or multiple choice, etc.?
Well, I know that in October, Commissioner, we're diving deep into the item types and that sort of thing. So, but I could give you that information before that time if you need it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
It's clear that we,
Ed, excuse me, there's somebody behind you with a light. I can't see you. Could you turn your light off, please? That's all right. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ed.
it's clear that we have a lot of participation in the decision-making, but we don't make the decisions, right? I mean, the decision about tests, changing the structure of the test, cut scores, that's going to be made by the consortium itself, by all the states working together. And not unlike MCAS, where if we want to make a change in MCAS, we can make the change. But if we go to PARCC and we want to make a change, we can't make that change unless the consortium wants to make it. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay.
it is correct. Although we are very vocal at the table. Very vocal.
There were 2 points, though, in there. The cut score, if you meant graduation, that is up to us.
Well, I did get that the graduation cut score is, but what defines proficient or college-ready, that's made not by Massachusetts, but by the consortium.
Well, there is a consortium definition of that, but how each state uses that is up to each state. So, for example, I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, that Illinois has already decided that they're going to use the level 3 and above as their college-ready established result.
Catherine?
Just one quick question about the level of input, because I know when MCAS first started, I think a lot of the pride that a lot of Massachusetts folks felt was that there was such a broad-based consortium of people from not only education but sort of externally across Massachusetts that were involved in developing the test. Does the consortium have the same sort of outreach to, education, higher education institutions, or for the science, from scientists themselves, or sort of that sort of broader-based outreach that we did, that you so successfully did in Massachusetts before? I don't know, is the consortium following the same sort of roadmap?
Process, yes. The industry standard for involving, when you said the science, you didn't mean for the science test. It's for our, the literacy standards, where our English test will have passages that are science-based. We do have science experts that review that in PARCC as well.
I'm sorry, I just meant in terms of the broader-based group that, sort of folks that are practitioners, but also sort of end users. We had a lot of people, I think Jeff will remember, the Pride school committee people, for instance, who aren't necessarily educators themselves, but folks that were
One thing we
involved.
should certainly mention is that our colleagues in higher education here in Massachusetts have been very much involved with this. Commissioner Freeland was the head of the higher ed advisory committee to the consortium, and many faculty members have been involved in this process, as well as our own K through 12 educators.
Yeah, and we have higher ed actually reviewing the high school PARCC assessments and looking at the items. And we also have stakeholders across all the consortium that are trained to look for bias and sensitivity issues in the items, which we also have with MCAS. Again, it's kind of an industry standard having these reviewers be a part of it.
Member Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just building on colleague Moriarty's question, I'm expanding upon it, around the developmental appropriateness of the questions. We've heard from a number of folks who testified at the public hearings, teachers primarily, and you don't have to answer this now, but one of the questions I have really is about how do we get within the consortium, how is the developmental appropriateness approached, and how is that tweaked so that it is really a useful test?
Educators, Massachusetts educators, actually look for development appropriateness in our item reviews. We do align to the standards, so we are assessing the standards, and that is part of the process. It's the major charge of the educators when they're reviewing.
And we'll definitely go into more of that next month, when we'll bring to you some actual items and show you how the folks who review them and look at them in terms of the standards.
Okay, and as we were just really talking about the item review process. It's really a series of multiple reviews and multiple rounds of reviews and revisions, edits, that our state contract, our state assessment, and our state educators working in the consortium with other states, and we work with our testing contractor to get the items in good shape. Once they are ready to be field tested, they're field tested. Then they're scored, and we look at the data, and again, Massachusetts educators are part of that process. I just left last week. I was in Chicago with educators looking at the data and the results of the field test. Items that are deemed appropriate to go forward to operational test are then put in a pool. We actually pull the test forms, which we're doing 3 weeks in October. That will be the 2016 test. And educators are, our staff and educators, again, are very involved in that process. What happens after the very first administration, which was in the spring of 2015, is the performance level setting, which we've spoken a little bit about. And Commissioner, in just a minute, not yet, a few minutes, and that one more slide, is going to go into that a little bit more. And then again, we have 2 educators here that were involved in that process. But before we turn it over to the Commissioner, I just wanted to let you all know that other than the development process itself, we're carrying items through development and reviews and field testing. Our staff are heavily involved in the research studies that are going on, then the accommodations and accessibility. Dan Weiner particularly on our staff has been very heavily involved in policy making and guidelines for the accommodations and accessibility guidelines for PARCC, and we have technology staff in really working on the planning for the technology committee. So we are involved. Now, Commissioner, would you like to talk about the performance levels?
Yes, Mr. No, Mr. Secretary, go first.
I have two questions. One, and this can be answered offline, but it would be useful to know the extent to which, probably around the accommodations and accessibility point in particular, the extent to which there are differences between the PARCC rules and ours, our existing ones. And then I wonder if you just comment, in the chart, the couple of slides back, you talked about the item banking and item release. I just wonder if you could talk about the current pattern or plans for the release of test items and the banking of test items, and what we can expect in terms, and both in terms of this year, but also, thinking forward to the extent PARCC has thought about this, what the percentage of test items that would be released, how that compares to MCAS.
Okay, sure. So PARCC is, it's a little complicated. Every grade has multiple forms with linking items across the forms. We are releasing in PARCC the equivalent to 1 full form at each grade level in math and each grade level in ELA, so that there will be a form, and I am going to say approximately this year. There are a couple holes this year in grades, but it's a form that will look like what the students had, and it will cover the entire blueprint of the test.
But that won't actually be a test that students have taken.
Portions of it. It will be from multiple forms, right, that is constructed.
But every portion will have been on someone's test?
Yes. I mean,
but that particular composite form will not be something that students will have taken.
No, it's constructed from the 4 core tests that multiple forms are made from, and we're taking from those 4 core tests.
So the report, if you will, that either the student's family, but I think more likely the educators get, will not be sort of an analysis of how you did on each question, because those questions will not necessarily, the questions that are released are not necessarily the questions that you answered.
Correct. There's not an item analysis, I believe you're talking about, that goes to the student's parent report. It's at the educator level.
Yeah. But even that, what would that item analysis look like in a PARCC world?
We're working on that, and I really would be able to share more with you, but it will be, where we've released items, and you can see this is what the test is. I don't know if the educators are going to get a student level, how they did. We're working on that, though, but we're having lots of conversations, and actually I wish Bob was here. He is on the data and reporting operational working group and is leading that, but he's not here. But we can get back to you on that a little bit more specifically.
So let me try to put a finer point on a
Okay, sure.
question. So I appreciate that you've helped us understand how involved people from Massachusetts are in every stage, but I think you also hear a lot of concern that it's one thing to be in the room, it's another to be listened to, and a lot of concern about are we and what if we're not. So tell us some examples when there was something that we felt was important and it didn't get incorporated. What would that have been like?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Or tell
about.
us if it didn't happen, but I think it's important for us to understand.
I've gone through a lot, but you're right, it is a consortium. And an example would be Dan Weiner, who does our MCAS alt test and our test for ELLs, and he is working very hard with the consortium, and has been particularly this summer, as he did the previous year, to convince the consortium that graphic organizers in ELA is something that our students have had and that they should continue to have. He, with my team, my ELA team, we've redesigned, we've given examples of what we've used in MCAS, redesigned them for PARCC, and he's pushed really hard. It came down to the consortium did not agree and voted against that. We can use them for students that it's in their IEP or specifically stated, but it's a rare. It's not going to be out there for as many students as we've been able to have in the past. But that's a point where he worked very hard, and we were outvoted on that one.
But that's an interesting example, because it shows us the kind of dynamics when you bring together a bunch of states, because here we have a number of other states that have been giving their tests without that particular accommodation and have been very successful at doing it. So it gives you sort of a different perspective on things that we think, well, you must have to have that. Other states are saying, no, we don't give it, and our students do fine. So.
And we're not stopping there. We are saying, they said, bring more research, bring more studies, which we are doing.
Yeah, and the counterbalance to that, and correct me if I don't have this right, is that many of the other states at the table were not, on their own volition, interested in providing other accommodations that we were successful in securing, including read aloud.
Yes.
Right?
Right, yeah. Yes, we have the read aloud, and it might be good to have Dan come next in October, and really he can address those specifically. But you're right, we've won some battles.
Okay, in the interest of not rushing too much, I guess I should issue a warning. We'll probably go a little long, but not as long as we went at the hearings.
We'll be done by 10 o'clock. So,
Is that a threat or a promise, Mitchell?
that's an enticement.
Does this one have
So I'm going to do a little introduction to, and then bring up Loretta Holloway and Victoria Miles. So you can, so I've had a lot of experience with assessment programs in my various assignments in Connecticut, in Philadelphia, and in Ohio. And I would say that this is the most sophisticated approach to performance level setting that I've experienced. And it began with, to the question Roland asked earlier, how can we best bring data to the table that would align the content and the performance on the high school assessments with what it takes to be ready to succeed in a credit-bearing course in college. Now that task is fraught with all kinds of challenges, right? I mean, what a credit-bearing course in college is varies tremendously from one campus to another. So we started with a goal of let's find a standard where we have a high likelihood for a student who scores at that standard that they're going to get at least a C in a credit-bearing course. educators, right? And there was some argument, should it be a 75%, should it be at least a B? This is where it landed. We then, in the development process, brought in post-secondary educators to look at the tests and tell us. These are people who were college professors who teach first-level, entry-level courses, and said, on an Algebra 2 test, on an integrated Math 3 test, which of these problems, these items that are on the test forms that have now been developed, would you expect someone entering your class who's going to be successful to enter with the ability to complete? We then looked at what other assessments say about college readiness. So we had a benchmarking study conducted that looked at the SAT, at the NAEP, at the ACT, as well as what could be discerned from PISA and PEARLS, PISA being an assessment of 15-year-olds and PEARLS, and as well as a couple of state testing programs, and looked at what they claimed was the level you had to achieve to be likely ready to succeed in college. If you're familiar with ACT, they talk about score levels. If you're familiar with SAT, they target a place on the scale that they have. We looked at that data before we had any actual impacted actual results from the test, and sort of said, those assessments sort of hone in on X% of students who score at this level on their test being ready to succeed in college. We then brought in teachers and educators, and I'm not sure I'm getting all of the it may be more iterative than sequential as I'm presenting it. And you're going to hear from two of them who actually dug into the test. So these were higher ed and K-12 educators who actually looked at the items on the test and again repeated the process, now having data on how students did on those assessments to give the same judgments about if you're going to succeed after high school in an academic credit-bearing course, which of these items would you expect the student to get right? And where items had multiple scoring criteria, at what level of performance would you expect an entry-level student to have achieved? All of that was conducted initially for the high school test, the terminal end of the test, and then was repeated for the grades 3 through 8 assessments once the high school thresholds had been established. And ultimately, it was through the governing board, the commissioners from the 7 states and DC, as well as the higher ed counterparts, that we looked at the data, looked at the recommendations, and establish the performance thresholds. It's a very sophisticated approach to this. And we have with us two people from Massachusetts who were among the folks who participated in that process, representing Massachusetts. We had a number of people. I don't know if we have the number that actually 13 who participated in the standard setting process.
As well as some of our staff is there.
As well as staff. So I'd like Dr. Loretta Holloway and Victoria Miles to come up to the table, please, and just tremendous appreciation to the work that you've done. Just tell you a little bit about these two individuals. Victoria Miles is the mathematics department head for the Middleborough Public Schools at the secondary level. She has great knowledge and participation in the MCAS mathematics assessment development. She served on committees, and she was part of PARCC standard setting meetings on the grades 7 through 8 and Algebra 1 panels. You'll correct me if I get any of this wrong, Victoria. And Dr. Holloway You'll correct me too, as a professor in the English department at Framingham State University for 15 years, as I understand it, and she participated in PARCC's summer standard setting meetings on the grade 11 English language arts panel. So I think it'd be great if you could share a little bit about what the standard setting was like, what the educator participation role was in that process.
First, I'd like to clarify, too, I have been an English professor for 15 years, and as of a month and a half ago, I'm the interim vice president of enrollment and student development at Framingham State. So I'm looking at it, too, from an admission standpoint, as well as an instructor standpoint. Also, if you look at there, I was also the chair of our campus PARCC engagement team that helped define the college and career readiness definition for the state, and I was also on the post-secondary educators judgment study that happened this past January. So I was able to look at some of those, and I was one of the people that informed the performance level setting about what higher ed was looking at those numbers, and what we expected out of those numbers, which were pretty much what you saw, pretty low, to be honest. So basically, I can talk about the 11th grade standard setting. We were, flown out, put in a room, made to pretty much sign away our spleen and our small children, to make sure that we were going to work and focus for the whole day. There was people from higher ed and from high school, and a middle school person in the room too, looking at the test. And we basically spent the time reading through each and every test and each and every part of the multi-part questions, looking at those levels and saying, from our experience, what would we think somebody who would get a C minus, would they get a 3? Would they get a 4? Would they get a 5? Why or why not? And we did it, once, we did it twice, we did it 3 times. We came back together talking, but looking at, we would take a break, they'd look at the scores, each one of us would insert the scoring for each one of the different questions. We'd have a conversation about it. We got to compare what we had said versus what some of the schools that had already done the test, what their scores were. We were asked to go back and look at them again. We did it, then we went away, we were asked to go back and look at it again. And it was a very interesting process, because we had lots of discussions amongst us about what our expectations were, what the kinds of things that students were being asked to do were. To be honest, many of the people from K through 12 were very surprised at the kinds of things that people from higher ed were saying about the test. We really predicted much lower scores, and we were actually more accurate for the scoring than some of the people from K through 12 were. But it was also really instructional for us from the higher ed to see some of the accuracies of the K through 12. They were accurately predicting certain other aspects, reading levels, for example, in ways that some of the higher ed people weren't accurate. When we were comparing what we were doing versus what some of the sample testing were. We also got to have some conversation and feedback to people like Jeffrey Nelhouse, and who were looking at what really listening to us, and what we wanted to say about the levels and what kind of descriptors were being sent back to the districts about the levels. So that was one of the other things. And one of the things that we all talked about was that we really felt as though our time was being valued and our input was being valued as experts, that it wasn't as though we came in the room and there was some set expectation that, or how sometimes you go and they have an answer in their mind and you're spending your time trying to get to that answer. There was no answer in their mind. They were just waiting to hear from us what we were going to say about these levels. So.
Thank you. Victoria?
So I just made a little concept map to kind of help me know what I was going to say. And so my prior experience with PARCC was very minimal because my district chose to go MCAS. And so because I'm a high school teacher, all of my focus has been on preparing my students for that graduation requirement. But as Commissioner Chester said, I've been participating in MCAS Assessment Development Committee since basically 2008 approximately. And I have had minimal prior exposure to the PARCC content model framework around which the test was really developed, the PARCC test. Around March, somebody from the Department of Education invited me to apply for this performance level setting committee, and I love stuff like this. I have enjoyed every single time I've ever worked with the Department of Education. We have an absolutely excellent Department of Education in this state. So I know that this was national, and I thought, well, I'd like to be in the know there too, so I'll apply. I applied for actually three. I applied for geometry 2, but I didn't get chosen for that. I got chosen for algebra 1 and grades 7 and 8. In the summer, we did some pre-work using an online platform called Moodle, and that just kind of set the groundwork. Then we got to Denver, and it was a week-long, very intensive, as Dr. Loretta, is it?
Yeah, that's right. You can call me Loretta.
Okay. As she stated, it was very intensive. There were, in my Algebra 1 group, there were about 21 teachers from across the country. In my grades 7 and 8 room, there were about 20 teachers, and there were 2 different separate weeks in the summer. I have the states that were there, but I forgot about DESE and Mississippi, so we should include those as well, as some of the states that participated. And then the process itself, exactly what you described, we took that test one time through, the exact test that students took, using the technology that students took, and it was a purely online situation, and I was thoroughly engaged. I absolutely loved technology, but that had mixed reviews from some of the other teachers who thought the students could be confused by the technology. We used this fantastic process called the modified Angoff yes-no process, and I learned so much about how to set threshold scores. And we can talk about the process, but we signed confidentiality agreements to not talk about specific test items. After 3 rounds of data, we recommended cut scores, which were forwarded to the governing board, and so that's what the commissioner is talking about tonight. Some observations that I had from the whole process. This interactive test format I love. I realize that there are ways to do this. There are ways to engage students in an electronic test setting. So I did some research on that myself. There are brilliant psychometricians who are involved in this process with PARCC. It is, I'm guessing, a very costly process because they flew us all out there. We stayed in a lovely hotel, had extravagant meals. No, I mean, not really, but for me it felt extravagant. It was very nice.
I took pictures.
Yeah, I took pictures of the hotel. It was lovely. And my reflections are I've been such an MCAS loyalist for so long. I did notice some quality assurance issues in the PARCC, and I did notice some test items that would not have, if it were in my group, I don't believe they would have gone through to common eligible. But again, I cannot talk about the specifics. It's just some things that kind of lingered in my mind. Because MCAS, remember, is, and on the other side, we don't have to go through all these, but I made a little analysis because of my background in both. And MCAS is actually the envy of the nation. It is a well-oiled machine. And we have input and collaboration from educators all over this state. And if there were a mistake on MCAS, of course it would make front page news in the Boston Globe. And so I don't know about the PARCC. I just don't know about the transparency, and so I leave those. I got these things on the back from nowhere except my own experience, and yeah. So I wanted to include that.
Questions? Yes.
I have
have a question about the 11th grade standard setting. One of the things we heard was that the 75% likelihood of earning a C in a credit-bearing freshman course is probably very different at different institutions. And I wonder what kinds of institutions, higher ed institutions, were present in your group, and was there a discrepancy in where people wanted to set the level? I'd just love to know.
Actually, that was one of the things that I was curious about. We had, obviously, I was representing, a four-year state school. There were several four-year state schools and two community college representations there, and we were sort of expecting us to be different, and we weren't really. I think the acknowledgement, the difference is that what the community college people know are of the levels below. So, I work we have a partnership with Mass Bay, and they offer, 3 or 4 courses below the English courses, the writing courses that we offer at Framingham State. So my colleagues aren't necessarily familiar with the levels for those courses, but we all sort of know what is kind of the freshman level, what they would say is a freshman level there, and what we would say is freshman level, and that's fairly the same.
Perhaps it's better direct to Commissioner, but is there any kind of process focused at the lower grades in particular? I'd love to know if a defined deliberative process like this was done for the older students who are coming out fourth grade when they're taking the test.
The answer is yes. So at each grade level, this kind of, I think as Victoria described, she was hoping to be picked for particular grades, but at each level there were panels that looked at the test, looked at the items, made recommendations that ultimately got folded into the decisions.
So is the 75% likelihood of earning a C, does that translate into the 750 proficient, or is it unrelated?
Yeah, it's not unrelated. It's not an exact art either, because
Not the same.
it was a policy goal that the assessment. I mean, it was more directional than precise, right? The goal was that for students who score at the levels 4 and 5, that they had a high likelihood of being academically prepared to succeed in a credit-bearing course, that they would have pretty high level of assurance, and universities and their schools would have a pretty high level of assurance that academically they were prepared, whereas students who scored below that, you would have less assurance about that. Didn't mean they definitely were not prepared, and that was expressed initially as that 75% threshold. But a lot of judgment goes into it, as you just heard described, to try and get that right and figure out which of those standards. There's a lot of different information brought to bear to kind of come up with the standards.
Mr. Chair, this is for Mrs. Miles. Would you perceive any change in the way in which teachers would prepare to teach kids to perform well on MCAS versus PARCC?
Definitely.
And what would those changes be?
For starters, that when I was out there and I was doing those online interactive drag and drop item kind of tests, I asked the Pearson people, how do I create tests like this so my students are getting experience with it? And he said, I'll show you, there's hundreds of lines of code for each one. Sure. And sure enough there was, but then I did some research, and there are free platforms out there like edulastic.com is one where I've already begun making these interactive tests. So that's just one way that we would begin to prepare students. That the paper and pencil test, if that's all we give them all year and then we sit them in front of a computer, it's such a different experience that would not be fair to prepare them that way.
That's just one, but I mean, as far as the standards go, it should be the same questions, and I think it is. I mean, the people who sit around, the item reviewers, I'm guessing they're asking, is each item instructionally worthy? And if it is instructionally worthy, then whether it's PARCC or MCAS, it doesn't change instruction per se.
First, thanks for all your work on this. This is pretty incredible stuff you guys are doing. I want to direct my questions to my fellow professor. You said that you and the other folks around the table were good at predicting, or even better at predicting, than some of the K through 12 instructors on who would do well on
On
PARCC.
certain items. And then they were better at us on other items, so it was interesting.
Could you just give me a few more sentences on what exactly you mean by good at predicting? It went by kind of quick, so what were you predicting?
So I'm being very careful because there's things that we can't talk about specific test items, but I'd say we're talking about skill set. So, one of the things we noticed about the test is the multiple layers of some of the questions, the sort of multi-part questions, and that certain parts would depend on you getting one part right, and very similar to math, actually, in many ways. And I'd say some of the higher ed people were better at figuring out the second or third level, but weren't necessarily good at predicting that first level, where the K through 12 people were pretty much spot on that the first level. And I think it's just K through 12 educators have more experience just overall, I think, with reading comprehension issues and the struggles that students have with reading comprehension in ways that I say, unless you teach a fairly lower level writing course, you probably don't have as much experience with a student and why they're having reading comprehension levels problems as opposed to the critical thinking level problems.
And is your opinion that the PARCC will be more correlated with not only the levels of college ready, but persistence in college than scores on the MCAS?
I think so, and let's be clear too. I think that, and I don't think I'm speaking out of school, higher ed has absolutely no faith in MCAS, and they should not. And there's reason for that. MCAS is not a college and career ready test. It's a high school graduation test, and I think that's something that we have to be clear to people about, and that wasn't the goal for that test, although some people want to use it as that and blame it for what it doesn't do when it wasn't necessarily designed to do those things. The jury's still out on PARCC, to be honest, from the higher ed. They're still waiting to see and asking all sorts of questions. Every time I come back to campus, someone's asking me another question, looking at me suspiciously, wondering what the heck I'm doing, and having the same questions that you're having here about, are we going to be forced to take a particular score? What kind of power will we have to make decisions about, where we put students? And also, too, when we talk about placement, higher ed is concerned that the discussion of placement is only about placement to a credit-bearing course, when higher ed does placement for a lot of other reasons, just beyond credit-bearing. Deciding whether you go higher than that, for example, do you skip the first two levels of something?